ini,
let's
bro.
welcome the first team. Give it up to DFYG.
Yang ulti jadinya. Oh, bro.
Here we go, boys. The stage is set. You may now take your seats. Good luck.
Gak gua jadi gua. Main Angel anjing. Sama si Mama ini. Oke, kita bisa nyari market, guys. Ya, hewan jangan tolong.
And now let's welcome their opponents today. Please give it up to Aurora Gaming. Games of the Future semifinals is officially on. Good luck to you guys. You may now take your seats and let's get the competition started.
Halo guys. Welcome. Oh, Onic main jam berapa setelah ini guys ya?
Welcome back everyone, and if you're just joining us, you picked the perfect moment. Draft is coming in shortly for our first match of the day, the semifinals clash between DFYG and Aurora Gaming. So this is where things start to get really serious. We are in the top 4 now, so every ban matters, every pick matters. One mistake in draft can cost you the entire series.
The opening game of the day, the first game of the day. We are waiting for the FYG Aurora Gaming to choose and plan, because I'm waiting for the Dark Horse to win. Adham, what do you think?
I believe yes. I'm still with the Aurora Gaming, but yeah, I wish all the best for, of course, DFYG. I believe they're going to do a great job here in this match today. And as you said, no mistakes are accepted in the draft pick, because one small mistake and one small pick, which is not right, will cost them the game.
Yeah, I think DFYG will stick to what got them here.
Definitely, yes. And as you can see, Aurora are still planning right now. They're having a chat with each other. They are talking right now, trying to, plan, what are we going to do before actually sitting in their seats and, joining up to start the draft pick. So, yeah, I wish them all the best. I believe they're coming for a reason, and the reason is the 900K.
Of course, the prize pool, it's a big one, as we were talking about yesterday. But Aurora, on the other hand, I think they will come in aggressive right away.
Because yesterday their playstyle was aggressively more than the FYG. The FYG, they're playing safely until the third game, as we see in the recap. But the FYG, they will continue in the same rhythm and the same strategies they win with it, until maybe there is surprises with the Aurora Gaming. They will counter that strategy or that rhythm. They will continue and break the win streak for them.
Maybe they will actually do that. As you can see, of course, Aurora is taking their time. They're very calm right now. They're very chill right now. They know what's at stake. So basically, it's not going to be easy. Even if they are actually a world-class team, it's still not going to be easy for them. They know they've seen the FYG yesterday. What have they done? And the day before as well. Probably some of the teams thought that the FYG might be an easy road to the quarterfinals or the semifinals, but the FYG proved them wrong, and they actually took both games in the quarterfinals. So yeah, I wish them all the best in the semifinals.
You mentioned that Aurora looks calm right now. I think the reason is that they know that they're gonna take the win, the spot to the grand finals.
Maybe, or they want to be calm because they know that if they actually were, kind of worried or very skeptical. Yeah, it's going to affect them throughout the game and in their picks. They know right now how dangerous the FYG can become, so they need to be calm to avoid any mistakes.
The FYG for Aurora Gaming, they're used to the stage level or the stage, let's say, stress and pressure more than the FYG. The FYG, it's still new team, new achievements they will get. Until now, they got to for like semifinals until now, and this is the first achievement they got it. So it depends on the experience they reached to this level.
And here we go. The first ban is coming in. Soldier.
Wow. Still, we are seeing the selections for both teams. We have the blue side and red side. We are seeing Aurora Gaming and DFYG. The first picks and bans, maybe we are expecting meta picks until like meta bans or
respect
like
ban here.
for them, like, yeah, there will be a respect ban. Like Moscow, they will maybe like 50% they will ban it or they will counter it. They will give them a chance, like just pick Moscow, no problem. We will play around it and we will counter it.
So who do we think are they going to ban right now for the first week? They ban Hilda immediately. Rosa ban Hilda immediately. We might see a Basha ban, of course, definitely. Yeah, a Basha ban definitely. We might see an Eve ban also, or they might actually leave Eve and go for a Zushin ban. Farsa, I don't think. You know, there is a very small chance for Farsa to get banned, but it might happen. It might happen. You know, not sure. But there are more dangerous meta picks than Farsa right now that they can ban because there is Lancelot, there is Hayabusa. They actually went for a Gatakacha ban. That's very interesting. So they know, they've watched, as I told you, they watched yesterday's game, so they know that Gatakacha is going to be an annoyance for them. And of course, the fourth ban from Team DFYG is going to be Fanny. Yep, we saw a Zushin ban right now. They're doing the bans immediately. They're not waiting for the countdown to finish. Right now, DFYG has their last ban in the first phase, the first ban phase. So who do you think, Soldier, they're going to ban?
For me, like it will gonna pick for the ban. They need to avoid to deny any mages for Aurora Gaming and for the FYG. They're not trying to eliminate as much as pools, like hero pools, until they will be forced. They will choose one for them.
Do you think they're gonna ban Eve? No, they didn't ban Eve. They're banning Gronk, and they're giving Aurora a chance to actually pick Eve. So
predictable ban. Until now, like we saw it yesterday 2 times, but in the whole tournament we didn't see him any single match.
If I was the FYG, I would have banned Glue immediately, to be honest. Yeah, but the first pick, of course, is going to be Lancelot from Team Aurora Gaming. Right now, we're waiting for DFYG. So Yon and Vel are going to pick. Of course, we're expecting an Eve, you know.
First pick.
Yeah, it's an auto pick. Yeah, it's an auto pick. Definitely, it's an auto pick. I don't want to give Aurora, Lancelot, and Eve at the same time, which will shrink their chances of winning, actually. So, yeah, they need to take something, a meta pick. So, we're waiting for Vel right now. Who would he go for? Since we have Hilda, since we have Gatakacha in the ban list. Who else
As a fighter,
they would go for Yi-Sun Shin, actually.
oh, interesting.
Yeah, that makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. But right now, are we gonna see a Hellcurt today? Do you think?
Wow, this is a pocket pick from him.
I don't think it's gonna happen. You know, although
Still
Hellcurt,
hovering.
yeah, he's hovering right now. Yeah, we still didn't see any fighters or roamers because usually we see fighters and roamers
In the first picks.
So we haven't seen any yet. We still have Xborg. We still have Lapu Lapu is available right now. They can pick him. There are different fighters that are available, of course. Lots of fighters. Who are they gonna go for? There's Xborg as well. But no, they're going for Kalea and Moonmox. So at least we have one roamer right now who is shown in the game from Team Aurora, which is, of course, Kalea. And right now, we have the last pick for the first pick phase for the FYG.
Lunux versus Eve, it's perfect. Also, they can go for Falcon. But Lunux, it's more comfortable for Aurora game. And like if we focus on Gat-to-Gat ban, this is like denying team the FYG to initiating the fight and engaging. They're trying to eliminate as much fights in the early.
Yeah, they're also eliminating also the backdoor clashes, so it's a good choice for them to actually ban Gatut Kacha. Right now, the third and the last pick for, of course, the team DFYG is Hylos. So Hylos is going to be the roamer. Kalea is going to be the roamer for Team Aurora. And right now, we are in the second ban phase, and we're waiting for Super 10 to go for his ban. And since, of course, we have a jungler, a roamer, and a mate for Team Aurora, so I believe that remaining ones are actually XP laner and gold laner.
They will try to, in the ban phase 2, they will try
Dah,
to
Bang, coba
target
ya.
the gold laner and XP more than
Yeah, Yuzong is a quite a logical ban.
Yuzong. They need to ban because there is Eve. Until like yesterday, we saw
Yep.
Yuzong and Farsa, how he counters, and when she opens the ulti,
Yep.
he countered. Now versus Eve also, the same thing. It's going.
Yes, definitely. So we're waiting for, of course, as you can see, target ban, Moskov, target ban immediately, not giving him a chance whatsoever. But it's very unlikely to go for Yisanchin and Moskov
Ya,
in the
itu
same
tuh
match,
warga buah.
because that
Itu
will include
lulusan
actually
terbaik di
marksman.
nomor 1
And
Malaysia.
not only to marksman, they're going to be, two squishy heroes, which is
Too much damage dealer
yeah,
with 0 tanks.
I think it's waste of
exactly.
ban.
A Moskov? Not really. They didn't want to take chances. So they said let's ban him. But yeah, it was very unlikely for DFYG to pick Moskov for this game. Right now we have of course, the last ban from Team DFYG was Esmeralda, which makes a lot of sense. She will be a lot of annoyance as an XP laner, so they actually ban her. We might see another XP laner ban from Team Aurora. Might be Reynos, might be Xborg, might be Ruby. We still have lots of picks, of course,
Oh, we
from
forgot
Aurora.
about Ruby.
Yeah,
And Harith.
Lapu is definitely getting banned.
Ruby's still open. Harith is still open.
Yes, and of course Xborg is open, Uranus is open, so there are different choices still for Team DFYG to go for.
For DFYG now, it's a little bit hard for the draft. They're trying to deny as much. Like they ban Esmeralda. Wow, Uranus. Wow. Perfect.
Since of course,
Predicted from you.
yeah, and since of course Yuzong is not there, he's in the ban list, so because Yuzong in the early game he's very powerful, and in front of Uranus he's extremely powerful. And actually they banned also Esmeralda, which showed that they're actually planning to pick Uranus, because also Uranus and Esmeralda clashing in the XP lane. They're not going to kill each other. They won't be able to kill each other, but at least they're going to be busy fighting each other in the lane. So we might see an Alice and a Claude actually. And Alice is a great choice as well, but it's a gamble choice, to be honest. They're gambling a little bit in the Alice choice, but such a wonderful choice right now. Yep.
Oh, Floyd and Alice. They like to gamble. Look, for the first game, it's testing. Because they have 3 games, like best of 3. So if they lose one, they can grab their cards and play it again.
Definitely, yes. And as you can see, Alice and Uranus are actually facing each
Kita
other in the
sambil
XP lane,
kita
and these two are like monsters of lifesteal, basically. So they're just going to keep on fighting each other for quite a while. Alice has a little bit more mobility than Uranus, but Uranus has more survivability than Alice. But in the late game, Uranus is crazy. So, yeah, I think they're aiming. I think DFYG, right from now, they're aiming for the late game. They're going for the late game and not the early game.
Uranus impact, it's more than Alice. Oh, Harith is the last pick.
Yeah.
Wow. The impact of Harith and Uranus together, and there is Eve with the team, that's in the paper, for me, the FYG.
Actually, for me, it's Aurora, because there is one questionable thing in DFYG, is that there is only one physical damage dealer in Team DFYG, and the remaining are all magical damage heroes. On the other hand, we have Lancelot and we have Claude in Aurora, which are 2 physical damage dealers and 2 also magic damage dealers. So we'll see. Maybe, of course, the FYG has a saying in this, but yeah, we wish them all the best.
Yeah, and this is the first semi-final match of Games of the Future. So top 4 teams, best of 3, single elimination. Everything is on the line. So let's send it over to our casters to bring you all the action. DFYG versus Aurora Gaming. Semifinals start now.
Thank you so much to the panel for breaking down our first game here. Again, the semifinals, this best of three between two amazing teams that have gone the journey up to this point, fought their way through it all, and now it leads down to two final days here for Games of the Future 2025 in Abu Dhabi. It's me and Nice joined here with Wolf to bring you the action. Wolf, how we feeling, man? You know, this is a crucial one. It's a best of three. This is game one. I feel like both teams brought their best strategy for game one, though.
Hey, I like what you said. Kind of feel like Super Ken on any assassin/core heroes would be good for the FYG. At the same time, I kind of miss Long with the Moskov as Pagu almost is taken out there. TNZ on the Lancelot's always a sight to see. Aurora Gaming, they're poised to make a late game run against the FYG, whereas the FYG wants to control the early to the mid game. We'll see if that will be what we are seeing today.
Yeah, again, with this kind of the course that we've seen, at least through here, of Games of the Future, we've seen a lot of this back and forth between game to game, where teams would opt for either the YSS lineup. That's pretty much how I like to call it. And now this one is a little bit different, just because, again, you don't have naturally what we do see is when the YSS is picked up on a composition, you'll have like the double fighter going, you know, for that case. But in this one, it's Lone goes with the Harith. And it's interesting because even in the draft, they banned out the Moskov, right? So they banned out the Moskov. He's not going to have that. Zed's fine. Okay, he's low. But Logan is going to be on this Harith that needs to go ahead and scale up. And, you know, I expect him, I don't actually know if Aurora Gaming is just going to keep using one ban just specifically for Logan, because that's exactly what it is. That's a targeted ban towards him, because we've seen what he's capable of doing on that Moskov. So he's going to have to do the same thing here with the Harith, dealing with the fact that Harith did receive a little bit of a nerf essentially in the patch a few days ago. But right now, DFYG has complete control of the objective. They secure the first turtle of the game, and Aurora really isn't able to do much. And that is just because of the lineup that they have, really. You're not going to be able to really do much until Pagu is level 4 on that Kalea.
Yeah, in fact, Aurora Gaming with this Alice in the XP lane as well. You have the Cut and the Lancelot. All of that combined together. Kind of they want to go for the late game. As there will be a clash in the mid lane. They force the Brilliance for now. It goes the ultimate, but the Flicker will save Rosa. As we get out of there for the FYG. The Glorious Pathway is from number 2. They know that there's no Brilliance. They can dive. They have taken out Rosa. A kill onto Super Ken, and they have protected the Yi Shin. The juggle under the turret is perfect for DFYG. And they even get more. We do know that this composition coming from DFYG excels in the mid game for DFYG. I mean, specifically for this game. If you look at the line of DFYG, sometimes it can work in the mid and the late game. In other, you know, if Aurora picked anyone else. But I think that in specifically this game, the power spike for DFYG is in the early to the mid game. Whereas for Aurora Gaming, they're fine if this game can be prolonged. If we got to an 18-minute game, they're super duper strong.
And we've seen that. We've seen that a couple times. Like, oh, Tsunami Slam.
Tsunami D. That's going to be Zed taken out. Glorious Pathway already laid down. Anyway, FYG. He wants to get a poke. Brilliance is there. Pagu stun Super Ken for an extra stun. But TNZ, I mean, he wants to go for the exchange on the E1 as E1 already took out Rosa. They even take more. That's going to be Pagu as E1 survives with literally 1 HP. In front of Aurora Gaming, man.
Yeah, great timing there from U1. I mean, just right at the right moment, was able to set things up and then get out with his life. So great play there. Super Ken getting the 2 kills that he has as well, helping him scale up on this YSS. It's, you know, the decision-making here from DFYG has been probably the most standout thing, like in their journey up to this point in the semifinal. You know, it's, if you consider for a lot of viewers out there, even ourselves, Wolf, when we first were introduced to the players from DFYG and, you know, the iterations from of course.
They want to go for Super Ken, but there comes a Tsunami Slam to counter this Yi Shin. Uranus as well as the Highness, they are tanking for now, but not going to be enough as Rosa, the Lunox, with the HP-based damage against the Uranus, it works so well. Now Aurora Gaming more than have caught up in this game.
Yeah, they basically caught up. I mean, as soon as I was saying that, I was like, you know, DFYG's improvement has mainly been the decision making. Now they decided to go ahead and fight that fight, thinking that again. I think any team would take that though. You're up 1.5 gold, K gold earlier into that turtle. You might try to fight that, you know, considering with what you had. They just kind of, the positioning wasn't where they wanted. Lunar's really low. Super Ken will get that. So that's the best thing right now that's happening for DFYG. Super Ken killing spree. Oh, Rosa. Okay, yeah, you don't go for that. Yeah, so you just build up on this YSS until, once again, Lung is going to be online on the Harith. And that's why we see this such aggressiveness from Zed and the rest of the squad here. Even Yi1 on the Eve. You know, I feel like Yi1 is one of the more aggressive Eve players out there. There's a couple that I can think of. Yi1 definitely being one of them.
Yeah. It's going to be important for DFYG to still keep this Eve ultimate always intact. Like the previous clash that they have lost, it's mainly because Aurora Gaming were able to find the opening in T1. Credit goes to Lunar, of course. The Throne of Ruin into the backlines of the FYG, and you can feel that for TFYG, if they don't have Yi1, always difficult to win a team fight. They need that AoE damage. Of course, eventually Super Ken will be a problem for Aurora Gaming to deal with when it comes to damage, but you definitely need. Now, Harith is nearby the turtle. DFYG can activate him. So is the Claude for Aurora Gaming. Lunar already is looking for a target. E1 is so important, but it seems like Super Ken is so far away from the turtle fight. And might just actually concede this. Zed already popping the ultimate. The Glorious Pathway out. They want to go for a Tsunami Slam, but Pago only finds the high loss. He don't want to go for that. Super Ken just straight up drops that, forfeits that turtle, and just goes for the push onto the top lane.
Yeah, just trade the objectives for now. Zed, he doesn't have a pathway. Might be forced to use a Revitalize here if they actually commit to this. Lunar is there as well, but luckily he had the rest of the team from DFYG. Look at the push happening up top, too. Super Ken actually able to go ahead and get a little bit of damage on that tier 2 up top.
Okay, shifts his
Super
attention
Ken
to the purple buff, though.
And he takes the buff.
Out. Oh, there's a Tsunami Slam under the flicker. Angle might be good enough. It's not the best, but the members of Aurora Gaming still nearby. The shutdown will be there. Siggy Boom picks up an important kill, man.
I don't know if that was worth it, because, I mean, Tienzi can go ahead and start this purple. Vel might
for sure
go ahead and help. But, again, you know, you didn't, it's not like you got the tier 2 turret down. You did a little bit of damage. You did take that purple. Tienzi still trying to decide on what he wants to do. They are going to get the call to clear out the little minion. So purple buff is still going to be up most likely for Super Ken, but yeah, that was also a shutdown, right? So that bit of gold now swings in favor of Aurora Gaming, and it's going to put DFYG in a position where now you can't completely just play on that momentum that Super Ken had. He's going to have to adjust because Aurora is starting to hit that spike with this composition where, you know, they're going to have to be concerned. And Siggy Boom's not even there yet. Like, it's going to be a few more minutes for that Klon to be online, but he's farming, he's double laning, he's getting what he needs. And once those 3 items are there, that gets pretty difficult to deal with if you're DFYG.
Imagine this game is hanging on the balance, and Super Ken has played so well in the first 6 minutes of the game. Gets 3-0-1, but in just one slip up, he gets greedy, steals the purple away from Aurora Gaming, quickly punished by Pago with that flicker. And now they will be struggling a little bit. And with the Glorious Pathway, he's starting the fight in an awkward angle for DFYG. As it's so difficult to actually help with the Glorious Pathway because there's a couple of walls blocking that angle. Now, Pago wants to go for Super Ken, but in comes Tsunami Slam onto just Zed this time. Lunar goes for the backline. Super Ken under duress. Super Ken low, has the Cyclone Line, but will be chased down by the Lancelot. It's going to be Super Ken down and Lee Sun Shin out, as well as the high loss in Aurora Gaming. It looked very easy for them to win this Lord fight.
Look, very easy.
Hey man, it doesn't matter if Pago is Patrick Star or Sakura here.
Guys.
It doesn't matter who he's playing. You know, he's going to be so aggressive on the plays, in the roam, starting things up, putting their opponents in a difficult position. And that's what Pago does great. You know, and a lot of the best roamers out there have that ability to go ahead and just put the opposing team in a very uncomfortable position that is basically a threat to their own objective fighting, because every single team, that's what they're looking for. They're looking for that advantage when it comes to the positioning for the Lord take or for the turtle. Look at this.
Lunar onto the backline. C1 in trouble, has to flicker out, but Zed will meet his demise. Now Lunar is gonna be traded out by the FYG. Comes Sigibum with the ultimate, destroys the turret, but they will not get a kill for now. Rosa is posing for this one. Has the brilliance. In comes the Lancelot, threading the needle. No, Long's gonna be taken out. TNZ unpunished as he dives with the Lancelot. The dashes will be enough. The FYG claims another turret up top, and it's a 4,000 gold lead for Aurora Gaming.
TNZ just doing work again. You see that so often with the Lancelots, right? They see the low health bars. They don't care about the turrets, man. They'll just go puncture their way in, Phantom Execution, Thorn Rose out, maneuver, and that is the finesse that Lancelot brings to a composition. And, you know, it's still the same thing. Like I was saying, it's either Pagu or it's Lunar. Lunar, that time, it's an interchange. It's like, it's both the responsibility for them to go ahead and start these fights up, and you just don't know who's going to do it if you're DFYG. So sometimes it's like, you know, even if they're bundled together, that's actually working against them because there's an Alice across from them. And that Throne of Ruin, whether he uses the Gleam or the Flicker with it, will be, oftentimes he's catching multiple people, and that's the problem, you know. And if it's not them and you're by yourself, that's where the threat of the Kalea comes, because you're going to get picked off with a Tsunami Slam. And that is the difficult part of dealing with this lineup that Aurora Gaming brought to the table in game one. It's working so well for them that they're, yes, 5.5k ahead. Here's a Tsunami Slam.
They will be starting with the highness. This time Lunar over the backline catches 3 members of the MYG. He won out. That's the even. Now the Lancelot with the punctures misses the Thorn Rose, and the Veil survives because of that. But he won, a valuable target for Aurora Gaming to take out. That's the main defense for DFYG. And Aurora Gaming can knock onto the doors of the FYG into the mid lane. They go. Pagu looking for another jump now. Bell taking so much damage coming out from the pokes of the Aurora Gaming. Unfortunately for DFYG, they will be able to clear out the minion wave. But Aurora are just stealing away all of their cramps. It's going to be the purple buff as well as the green camps out there.
I like it, man. It's Aurora Gaming is doing exactly what this composition is supposed to do. You saw that where they Tsunami Slam Zed away from the team. Lunar follows through with the Throne of Ruin on this Alice. And it's just kind of catching them off guard. For DFYG, they're trying to decide, you know, how do we fight this? TNZ is going to put pressure here. Lord was started up by Super Ken. They're going to be pushed off of it, though. So now in a position to possibly force a fight. Pagu once again.
Pagu starts this clash. But in comes the Zaman Force, but Lunar again on the 3. Super Ken is now Sigibum on the backline. Takes how long? And only 2 members remain for DFYG. Bell, a tanky Uranus, but Aurora does not mind. I think that they have an opening into the bottom lane. That's where Yuan wants to go. Bell surviving against this Alice. They might not even mind this Uranus. They will just take the Lord. No one is dying up top. Let's not kid ourselves. Well, it comes Sigibum. So yeah, this is gonna be fine for Aurora. They have collected the Lord this time. Rosa is here. They have more than enough damage to take out Bell.
Rose?
Yep, they're taking their time. Yep.
Okay. They're taking a lot of time here, Wolf.
Way long. Okay, it's an alley-oop. But Rose takes. I thought it will be given to TNC.
Yeah, Rose.
You know what? Hey, that's Uranus right there, right? Sometimes you just got to keep them there for the rest of the team to come through, and whoever is going to capitalize on the kill will get it. But essentially, what they've done is they've got themselves another Lord, made its way down the bottom lane. DFYG scrambling here. This lineup too. Yes, sure, they'll be able to deal with the Lord. They should be able to clear this out, maintain themselves in this game. But most likely, once Yi1 uses that real-world manipulation and it's gone, they lose such a big component to the damage profile that they have. Really long on this Herod might not be enough here with this kind of lead that Aurora Gaming has, even with his Zaman Force, just because it's such a forced fight with either Pagu or Lunar. So Lord is going to go down here. Next waves are going to be pushing in. There goes Pagu.
Oh, Lunar actually catches this. will be taken out. That's a triple for TNZ. Shut down for C.
With the showcase, the Maniac on that Lancelot. Again, it was game plan for this from start to finish. They could choose multiple fights however they wanted to because of that combination alone, the Alice and the Kalea. And when you scale up this fast, you know, you kind of get to take what you want. And that's what we saw when the, second, third turtles started to break out. And Aurora Gaming just really was able to go ahead and capitalize on a lot there. I know this is a lot to break down in game one, but we are going to be throwing it over here to the panel to go ahead and talk more about game one.
What a way to start our semifinals. We are now 1-0 in the series, and Aurora Gaming secured that win.
To be honest, Aurora Gaming, they give little bit space for the FYG in the first game. They give them the first blood, they give them the turtle, but their momentum cannot be break easy.
Yeah, that is very true. Aurora Gaming was playing quite, excellent actually this match. And oh my God, TNZ with Lancelot was unbelievable. He was, getting into the fights, getting the kills, and backing out immediately. But of course, we've seen Rosa do a great job as well. Pago was unbelievable with actually baiting the tag, stripping him away from his team so they can kill him and then clash with the team with no tag. So yeah, their play, Aurora's gameplay was very, very, very strategized. So kudos actually for Team Aurora for this win.
You know what? If Aurora continues to play like this, we are looking at their spots in the grand finals. That is for sure.
They can save a spot if they continue in the same rhythm they played in the first match of the day. Because if they continue with the Lancelot and they continue in the same focusing on the early tempo and in the mid-game tempo, denying the FYG for any objectives, any kills, any fights, any serve, they can continue and they can save a spot.
But looking at the statistics and looking at this number, it tells a very clear story that Aurora Gaming did it.
Yeah, definitely. It was almost like a complete dominance, from Aurora. 55,000 gold, like a 9,000, almost a 9,000 difference in gold. 7 towers destroyed, 2 lords slain, 2 tertials slain, and as I said. Before the match started, actually, there was actually question. I felt questionable regarding the picks of the FYG when it came to Harith in the end, because they didn't have a lot of physical damage dealers, and that showed in the game basically that there wasn't much physical damage. Aurora stacked on the magical defense, since most of the damage that was dished out from the FYG was actually magical damage. So yeah. TNZ is the MVP, as we expected, of course, with Lancelot, 8 kills, 0 deaths, and 7 assists.
We want to continue TNZ in the same rhythm. Yeah. Because if he continued and the FYG, if they focus him, maybe we will little bit fall apart. But the FYG, they know how to come back, because we saw it a lot. We saw they're testing the waters in the first game, then they will come back with the new strategies and new behind the stage things.
Yeah, let's now focus our head into game 2.
They will focus more than in game 2, because some of teams they will check what's going on in the first match, because we have more space to testing.
Yeah.
But the mistakes are costly. More costly in the first 3, one game or the second game. The stress more, the pressure more.
I just want to put it out there. DFYG, if they don't put their heads on the game, one more loss, and the tournament run here is done. Ends here.
Exactly. And not only the team has a pressure on them right now, even Soldier has a pressure on him right now since he lost the first match. And, you know, we are closer to get to dinner. Of course, you're the win-win situation, but I'm talking about me and him. So, yeah. So let's see if you're actually, DFYG is going to achieve a comeback just like yesterday and win 2 matches in a row or not.
I'm waiting for the dark horse to come back because, like, the shine, they need to wait to shine. You know, the star. So wait.
Yeah. How long will you wait until you shine?
For the second game. We will see.
Let's see.
You know, semi-finals pressure hits different. That's why the team is now getting ready for the match 2. So we will be back on a short break. Stay with us.
UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous robotics and many other activities.
9 menit. Tes sob. Hamap loh. gacor. 4 menit lagi, 4 menit lagi, guys. Monitor ketua. Monitor ketua. Gacor. Monitor ketua. Anggota lagi gacor ketua. Ya, siap bos. Gaji ya kok aneh. Gaji ya aneh. Ada-ada aja ini abang. Ya aneh. Bocok deh. Coba. Aja. Aja. Oh, kan mainnya juga. Kan lumayan juga. Happy birthday. Happy birthday my mother. Selamat hari ibu. Lebih kalau mikir coy, sedih oleh lu kok lu mikir.
I know it.
Yeah.
Since yesterday, but it's very it's easier to counter.
Yes, that is very true. And of course, Kalea was such an annoying factor for the FYG the previous game. Although she was basically targeting mostly the tank other than compared to any other hero or any other role. But yeah, they didn't want to take a risk anymore with Kalea. Now, right now we see the second ban from Team Aurora is actually Yuzong. So are we seeing more XP laner or roamer bans, or are we seeing jungler bans? Since we have no junglers, no mages right now banned up to this moment.
Until now, Aurora, they are having a clean gameplay, and it's hard to break during that game. Like we saw it in the last game. It's hard to break, and it's cannot like there is no mistakes to play around. Like the FYG, they're trying to find any mistakes, but Aurora Gaming, they are not letting any mistakes happen. They're trying to play a perfect game, like 18. It was a half.
Yeah, we have a
How
Basha
many?
ban. Still no mage bans right now. Mid laner bans. We've seen. I think they will let the mages, you know, stand out in this game. Probably they're gonna clash in the mid lane mostly. But we're still waiting for TNZ's ban, third and last ban for the first ban phase.
Lancelot is open. Labu Labu is open. Eve is open. Zushin.
Everyone's basically, like, you know, the meta picks actually are all open right now. We were seeing a Gacha man, so are we seeing Eve as a first pick, or are we seeing Lancelot? Oh, man. Okay, DFYG is going crazy right now, all right, which is something that I really like, you know.
Auto pick. Fanny.
Yeah. Oh, we're seeing a Chow ban actually in the. Are we gonna see a Chow from Rosa, or are we seeing someone else?
If he choose a Cho, I will see a different gameplay for Aurora. Because Cho with Aurora, it's a different play style. Because I saw it a lot in the last tournaments.
Yes, definitely.
He changed.
Actually, no, he changed his mind. He's probably might go for a Zushin, but Eve is still actually available. So they went for a Chow and a Zushin. They're letting Eve open for the FYG if they're actually planning to pick her. Do you think, Soldier, that they're going to pick Eve, or they might go for your main, Farsa?
They have three options. Lunox, Eve, and Farsa. But Farsa against Chu, you need to have a little respect.
Definitely, yes. And I believe if actually they went for Farsa, mostly the spell chosen is going to be Purified, but no, they're going for Eve. Eve is actually such a great pick facing Chow and facing Zuchin. More crowd control from Eve compared to Farsa, so it is a good choice. We saw also Lapu Lapu. Lapu Lapu is going to be in the XP lane, so no. Right now we have a roamer left for the FYG, and we have a gold laner. As for the last pick for TNZ, who is he going to pick?
Still Yusin is open. Lancelot is open for him.
Hayabusa is also is open.
So there is a lot of junglers they can choose.
Definitely.
TNZ.
Yeah, definitely. They might actually go for, I believe most probably they might go for Hayabusa or Lancelot, or stick to Yisun Shin. But no, they're not showing their cards right now. They're not showing their jungler pick, so they just went for Esmeralda to face Lapu Lapu in the XP lane. And right now we are in the second ban phase. Who do you think we're going to see get banned? Since we have already a jungler taken, an XP laner taken, and a mage taken.
For me, we will see a roamer. They will ban. Like, you have to do it. Yesterday we saw it from Aurora. We have Croc ban. Highlights, which was annoying last game. I saw it. For Aurora. Oh, Lancelot is banned.
Yeah, Lancelot immediately banned. Immediately. They didn't even wait for 1 second. They banned Lancelot immediately.
It's a common sense for Aurora and the FYG. They are like mirroring each pick, because if I will show my cards, it's they can counter it easy. So no problem. We will try to force junglers bans for the phase 2, and we will choose junglers for the last 2 picks. So no issues for us. Because junglers, maybe like, you can't say it important in the game that he can control the map, he can roam with a roamer, and he can ganks also. So he can control the map, and he can give an advantage for his team by objectives and towers.
All right, so we saw, of course, a Moscow ban, and right now the last ban is Ruby. Actually, it's very smart of Aurora to ban Hylos, because Hylos, if a pro Hylos player is there in the FYG, he would actually be annoying for Fanny. Or annoying for the Aurora pick. So they might actually consider going for Yi Sun-shin, I believe so.
As yesterday, Lancelot for Aurora, and we saw Onic for Fanny. Do you remember Fanny King?
Yeah.
Now they are trying to, like, Moscow also. We have a lot of mains here, and they are trying to deny it.
Yeah, I expected a Hayabusa pick. I expected this was the most logical pick, facing Fanny actually in this game
with the same mobility.
Yes, definitely. And I think right now the FYG might go for 2 more tanky picks, or actually they might take a risk and go for Granger, for example, in the gold lane, plus a tanky pick. So we will see about that.
We are waiting. We want to see, Granger.
So yeah, actually Cloud is
or Granger.
I think they might go for Cloud or Granger in that case. These 2 picks are actually great. Cloud is the better choice, to be honest. He has more mobility and more rotation freedom in the map. And we're seeing Guinevere as well. I think they forgot about Guinevere, that's why they didn't notice that Guinevere is available. So it's a pick. Yeah, it's a surprise pick. It's actually a great pick as well. Facing Aurora.
For Aurora, now they have the last pick, and it will continue the puzzle for us. But for Guinevere, for the FYG, this is like little bit matters, because the FYG, they know how to play with Guinevere, and they have Fanny also. So, but Aurora Gaming, they have the same announcer for it. They have Hayabusa, Esmeralda, and Chu, and we have Zushin. For the last pick for Aurora Gaming, he will go for this pick.
He might actually go for this pick, or he might go for Harith as well. Harith as well as a gold laner. Actually, Badang is such a great choice.
First time we saw it.
Yeah, actually, I believe Badang will be facing Claude, and Esmeralda is going to be facing Lapu Lapu. They might prove me wrong in the game itself, but let's see. Great picks, wonderful picks. We're also like, we might see Guinevere as a roamer as well. So this is going to be interesting for Guinevere, since she has very high mobility.
You will go with who in the paper?
In paper? In paper, I would say Aurora, but the FYG has an interesting lineup, to be honest. Very interesting lineup.
For the FYG. Same.
Yeah. Their lineup is very interesting. They're taking a lot of gambles. Aurora is playing it more safe than actually risky. So, but they have great picks as well. So let's see. Wish them all the best.
Yeah, I think that's all from our analysts. So one team looking to close it out clean, the other fighting to stay alive. Let's throw it over to our casters to bring you Game 2 between Aurora Gaming PH and DFYG. Casters, take it away.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Thank you so much, panel. Once again, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's me, Nice, joined here with Wolf. We're in Game 2 of this best of 3 right now, currently match point for Aurora Gaming. And for DFYG, they're going to have to make this work and get a win here to extend the series. Otherwise, they will be done here for Games of the Future 2025 in Abu Dhabi. Now, Wolf, I know we were talking about this on our own here while the panel was doing their discussion. This is such an interesting draft that Aurora brought, man. Like, they swerved it. They swerved it at the last second, too. And I think, again, we always talk about flexibility when it comes to the draft. This is a gold lane Cho.
That's right.
In the hands of Siggy Boom. And they switched it, because we saw that in the earlier. Whoa, he's actually quite low. Okay, this is going to be a tough lane, by the way. That's why I wanted to highlight this, Wolf, because a gold lane Cho versus a Claude.
Ooh. All right, so that's It's a lot of time that Sigibum will not have, and even Super Ken is threatened for this one. Gonna be just a war of attrition between two junglers, and Super Ken wins it. That is the Crammer that he was able to steal, but TNC will have the retribution for the gold crab. So, arguable who got better off the trades. Pagu will have to help Sigibum up top so that they will not be gapped that badly. Long actually misses on the Earth of Thievery out there, so that's gonna be the end of that clash. But we're talking about the Cho, man. If the Cho is in the roam role, it is usually played in the team fights. You can always see it like every single time that there's a team fight. But if you're a gold lane Cho, there is this approach where you can be that split pusher, and then you come in when the fight is already almost done, and then you get a pick off. You look for perhaps the Claude or maybe the Fanny, and in the macro battle, you are the hero that can actually chase the Fanny around because of how easily it is for you to get to the fight. So I think that's a general idea why I pick up the Claude. Now Zed is the Guinevere that is actually being played as the roamer here for DFYG.
Yeah, it's really interesting, again, how some of the drafts, you know, you might see some similar heroes, but again, the ones that are flexible, that you can kind of interchange throughout the roles are what teams like to go for, especially in these more of like these high stakes, you know, these high stakes matches where you are facing a match point for specifically for DFYG. And, you know, the Guinevere roam can work. We've seen it work many times. We've seen it in the jungle. We've seen it in the roam. And for this most part, again, this was a first pick priority Fanny for Super Ken. They grabbed it right away. And so even then, you're leaning into that comfort for Super Ken, but it's also risky. It can be risky. It doesn't matter who you are as a Fanny player. You know it's going to be a risk for the team to make it work. And there's a certain type of execution that comes with that. If you fall behind, if you get an advantage throughout the course of this game, then the rest of the team has to do. But I would say for the most part, this is all still very comfort also around the board. E1 once again on the Eve. And then, you know, we've seen Zed play this Guinevere in the roam before, Vel as well with a Lapu Lapu, who's a mainstay in the XP lane. So there's a lot of great opportunity here for DFYG to make this work. And the fact that that first turtle basically went uncontested and it wasn't fought for is fine, because again, for this whole lineup to work for DFYG, if they can get pickoffs around the Guinevere early on, great. If not, as Lung gets kicked there, if Lung will be online eventually. Zed
is in trouble. Get taken out. That's the first blood. Super Ken has to run away from this one. The Fanny will not be able to get away from Rosa's grasp. And that is going to be 2 kills for the Jushin and 1,000 gold lead for Aurora Gaming. What a start.
Big start already. Rosa with the Jushin, probably the most picked if it's open, maybe aside from the Farsa right now currently, just in the current meta, but also here the games of the future. And you, such a utility mage, you get an early start with it, you're going to scale up even better than you normally would. But even then, ooh, nice little dodge there. Make sure he doesn't get spatial migration. So he's going to be fine. But again, even using that beacon, look at for the turtle.
Oh, Vel? Okay, gets it. And actually forces TNZ out. No retribution, no problem. Now Super Ken wants round number 2 in the mid lane. Quickly learns that he has to just get out of there as the damage coming out from there is just way too overwhelming for him. Whereas JFYG up top, Long is just taking out Sigibum, and Pagu. Sigibum might have overstayed his welcome, does have to purify, and will pop the ultimate down. Pagu in trouble, Pagu down. Rosa gets in front of Long this time. We will be taken out as well. TNZ Constellation tries to take out the roam of DFYG, but Aurora Gaming have challenged this Claude who has been freely farming up top, only to feed him with 2 kills.
I gotta say that was like a chess game right there, man. Up top, you know, you see Sigibum take a ton of hits just from the auto attacks from Lung. They try to set something up there, but then Zed was there to help Lung, and then it just kind of turned into just a trade, you know. But yeah, you mentioned this. You get a kill on Lung. He needs that for the Claude to go ahead and scale up faster here. You know, and I'm wondering what Sigibum is actually going to build on this show, just because we don't see the gold lane show picked up too often. Like it's so rare to see it. I know right now he's got the War Axe. I just wonder through the course of this game, what kind of build path he's going to go. Is it going to be more defensive? Is it going to be that pure hybrid? We know, hey, there's some risky players they'll go damage, right? But in this case, you don't want to do that, obviously, against the Claude when it's across from you. So for the rest of Aurora Gaming's lineup, it's still relatively even across the board, nothing too crazy. I'm still surprised. Oh, E1.
Yeah.
As soon as you got the Sky Piercer.
Red stuns. Now see even gonna be the trade. Bago wants to go for a kill up to Zed. Zed tanking a little bit for now, but eventually will fall into CNG to even get that killing
another
spree.
stack.
Another stack for the killing spree. Just as he hits it, he gets 2 kills. Oh man, what a dream scenario for TNC. That doesn't really save them yet in this game, as Super Ken and the gang, they were able to take on the show. Lunar is going to be able to defend the bottom lane, although it's happening. TNC already working on this turtle. Retribution is available for Super Ken. In fact, he has a level advantage over TNC, but that means that they will just take it. Seems like Super Ken is not even interested in that, especially because 4 members of Aurora Gaming are already positioned around the turret.
Yeah, they do. They had that too. This is going to be actually of concern though for DFYG. That TNC is getting these stacks pretty easily right now. And Aurora Gaming is actually feeding them to him if they get the opportunity to. Another turret's going to fall. They work on their first turret. They get that down in the bottom lane for Aurora Gaming after getting that last turtle of the game. Now, in this case, like I said, DFYG, they have plenty of grounds to cover. They're not far behind by any means at all. And as long as, once again, they can contest into the objective, the Lord, once it comes up in about 1:10, they should be there. DHS is now locked in for Lung. He should, does he have the 3 items? He can deal with pressure here, though.
Let's have the Purify for now, but remember, a little bit too late onto that Purify. Rosa is going to be the exchange. Aurora going to be very happy about this, especially if they do score a kill onto Vel, which will be the case. A mega kill for TNC.
Another stack.
Another stack that's 3 in a row. Maybe the consolation prize is the mid lane. Seems like it's not going to be the case. Super Ken, the damage is not enough. Oh my goodness, Aurora Gaming have found so many wins across the map.
Yeah, it's just all over, and it's too bad they didn't get that turret down at least in mid. It's nearly there, so maybe just getting that one hit. But, for the most part, it's troublesome for Aurora Gaming to continue to go ahead and get these stacks for DFYG. That's where the trouble basically lies, because you're going to see TNZ now that he's got these stacks and he's got, his scaling is where he needs to be, plus the Warcry emblem. He can actually just dive into these turrets and these setups if they find them. And that's what's going to kind of, this is exactly what I was talking about. Oh my goodness.
Oh, immediate burst. TNZ. Oh, we jinxed it, man, because we were so shocked about the damage output of TNZ and how quickly Long melted out there. DFYG weren't able to protect their Claude, and even without the retribution, seems like Aurora Gaming are not going to be phased when it comes to controlling this Lord, because they know they are in a massive advantage. Super Ken, can he pull off a miracle here? It seems like they're not even interested now. They're not even contesting this Lord, despite them knowing that TNZ committed the retribution.
Everyone's been or has seen a stacked up Hayabusa. Whether you've played against it or it's been on your team, it is a menace, basically, right? And TNZ, he's been basically unleashed. He's been able to go ahead and do a whole lot throughout this game, 10 minutes in, and this is where also that transition kind of happens now. Like, he is such a big threat with the shadow kill alone. Like this, even if they decide, okay, Rosa dies, okay, he doesn't, he chooses not to go in, which is better because they want to play into this Lord push. Rosa does die. That's what I was going to say, though, is I'm waiting for to see Super Ken get value out of this Fanny pick. I know for the majority, because of the nature of this game, he's been kind of forced to just stay in these off lanes and push. Oh.
Okay, Purify committed. Nullifying the real-world manipulation from DFYG.
T-Boom down bot.
T-Boom will just, I think that he has reached that status where All he needs to do is to just split the map with his Cho. It's going to be difficult for DFYG to deal with this Cho. In fact, they will go for the heads up play. They will control Ken, and Super Ken is down.
Another kill.
Oh my god, this is not dangerous, Grass, but with that play coming up from Sigi Boom, you might as well be traumatized from that. Now Sen will have to pop his flicker, but it's not going to be
Another
enough.
one.
Okay, yep. TMZ with a godlike streak, 7-0 and 2. Bell in the middle of 5 members of Aurora Gaming will be getting out. Fortunately for himself, there are no minions left in the mid lane. But Aurora Gaming, they're pressing the attack now. They want to get this purple buff. Get it. Bell wants to go for the exchange, but the kick from Sigi Boom and the pushback from Baku, they're avoiding Bell. Oh my goodness, Aurora Gaming are kiting. This Lapu-Lapu, this is so difficult to deal with if you're DFYG.
Man, this is probably the most frustrated I feel like a Lapu-Lapu would be. You know, you're trying to jump in, trying to initiate a fight with the bravest fighter, and you just get kicked. Like, imagine how that feels, how that looks. You're supposed to set things up, right? With that whole combination we see so much with Lapu-Lapu, but with Sigi Boom on this Cho, he's able to just kind of stop that in his tracks. Whoa!
Okay, explosions into the mid lane now. For a while, DFYG are surviving. In fact, they were able to pop the Eve ultimate, but Zed is going to be the first one to drop. Aurora Gaming escapes the zone of DFYG. TNC wants to go for Super Ken. No. Oh, the shurikens are enough. A double.
That's a Sky Piercer.
For TNC, 9-0 and 2. Oh my goodness. A dream game for a Hayabusa.
That's a dream game for a Hayabusa. That's a dream game for a Sky Piercer. So you're going to go for more.
Wants to go for the kick. Finds it. Will not continue because long is going to be a problem. But of course, they will give it to the Hayabusa this time. 10-0 and 2 for TNZ on this Hayabusa. How many stacks does he have right now? I think he's maxed out. He probably is maxed out.
Yeah. Yep. He's maxed. I was going to say, like, again, as soon as he bought that Sky Piercer, value right away. Got kills right as he bought it. So it's max stacks now. TNZ, like, that's why I was saying it's going to be a problem. It's troublesome for DFYG. Zed's going to go for a setup, but this is Sigi Boom. I don't think you're going to be able to do much at all. Good use of the beacon defensively to keep them from going further. And this is, once again, just an objective that's going to go in the hands of Aurora Gaming. In this case, Wolf, you know, when you're facing against a fully stacked Sky Piercer, this actually changes your approach to these team fights too. Because of you're aware of it, but even regardless of that, the way that Pagu has been playing is what I exactly said in last game. He's so aggressive with it. You know, him and Lunar. Lunar is more so, you know, playing a standard Esmeralda game for the most part. It's pretty difficult to kill an Esmeralda, but Pagu is making those plays, cutting them off in between turrets, utilizing the fist crack combination, fist break combination with that flicker if he has to. It's almost up again. So potentially he's going to force a fight and make DFYG actually respond to this as the Lord slowly makes its way down the bottom. They're trying to hold on to this mid turret. You got some waves being cut up by Super Ken up top. So he's done what he can to delay this a little bit more, see if they can stay in the game here. Over that 14-minute mark, they'll try to clear out this Lord. See what they do. Super Ken still cutting those waves. But again, Pagu, keep an eye out for him. If he decides to fight, he's got immortality as well. So that base turret being worked on, Super Ken will take their purple buff. But these next waves are going to be pushing in here. This base turret will go down.
Oh, there's the flicker, but the pick is not on the mark. Eve ultimate. Gonna prompt Aurora Gaming to receive so much damage. A little bit of an oopsie coming out from Sigi Boom. But Aurora Gaming, they have still achieved their mission. They are taking out the turret down the bottom lane. Pagu, the ultimate, just down the damage. DFYG did not pay the price as he flickers out of there. That should be it for DFYG, especially because TNZ, the threat of the Hayabusa, is looming just around the corner. They'll have to clear the minion wave in the middle. And Aurora Gaming will just be happy with one turret takedown. That's an inhibitor of DFYG in the bottom lane.
Yeah, usually off that first Lord, you know, finally that tier 1 turret goes down, by the way. Super Ken swings on in there, gets that down. They needed that. It's you know, it's such a small thing that mid-tier turret does help. TNZ.
Oh, that's the beacon. That's why it was used now. Vel is going to drop. That is TNZ. Number 11 for himself. Eve with the ultimate. Yeah, they will just run away from that, but in comes the kick. Immortality is available for Zed, but I doubt that he will survive this. And that's a legendary.
This has to be
12-0-2.
This has to be one of the best KDAs in Games of the Future right now. 12-0-2.
For sure.
TNZ just again having the time of his life, and it could have been that way. It could have gone either way for either a Fanny or a Hayabusa. It just so happened that TNZ and the rest of the composition here really allowed him to shine, whereas more Super Ken really had to play the map. You know, he had to go ahead and focus on the side lanes essentially, but there's been really no fight for the objective. It's every objective, every turtle for the most part, and then the Lords are pretty much just for Aurora Gaming to take.
Yeah. Aurora Gaming, I doubt they will give this up. DFYG are not in position, maybe a steal, but Aurora Gaming are getting the Lord very, very quickly. Zed far too late, might be punished. There's the ultimate. Now they will take out Zed just like that. Sigiboom wants to go for a pickup, but I'll find it for now. Such a calm take for Aurora Gaming. Zed trying to go for, and just, you know, some sort of vision, some sort of optics around the Lord, but was quickly punished. And the ultimate coming up from Lunar. And Aurora Gaming are just prepping up for a possible ending push. Can this malefic gun from Long make it for DFYG? We're about to find out. Super Ken trying to go for some clearing out up top. For now, Aurora Gaming are waiting for the Lord.
With their lineup, they should be able to defend this, though. I know they're down 7,000 unless it goes bad with this team fight.
Oh, Sigiboom getting punished, actually down for the count. The Cho is down. Now, Aurora Gaming, all of their minion waves up top and in the middle were cleared out. The bottom lane with the Lord is also getting cleared out here. Just that one jump coming up from Sigiboom that did not net any kick. It's gonna be enough. Super Ken, gotta be careful with this. All DFYG are on the aggressive now. They want to make a play. And that's going to be enough for Aurora Gaming to just sit down and wait and get back out of there.
That's what I was saying, Wolf. You know, with the lineup that they have, DFYG, they should be able to survive. You know, even a couple of these, maybe one more Lord push if they decide to concede that Lord over for the next one. I don't think they would want to, just because essentially, yeah, it's going to be an evolved. But you're seeing it. You know, they're able to go ahead and fight back. They're getting into that form where they're able to. You've got pretty much the items that you need, especially on Long. He is the big damage dealer here alongside Yi1. Yi1 even having a little bit of defense there with the Winter Crown now. But, you know, Zed picking up an anti-Karas, so jumps in.
Double Violent Requiem out there. Can they take out Roast at least? Looks like that's not going to be the case because the stun from Sigiboom stops Vel and the entirety of DFYG. Sigiboom wants to get a pick off onto the bottom lane. Super Ken. Is this going to be enough damage from the Cho? The stun and the kick will be there. Damage not nearly enough.
Oh, they might get
punch from DFYG. The sandwich is there. Vel. Oh, misses the initial stun. They push the bottom lane. Sigiboom just pushes them back. In comes the ultimate, the shadow kill. At this point, with 4 members tanking it, there's not going to be enough. DFYG live to see another set of minutes here, as Aurora Gaming's attempt onto the bottom lane was not going to be enough.
Well, if that's all they had to do, DFYG is just going through the checklist here. They had to make sure that they were able to defend. They did that. Now they're actually in a contest period where they can actually go ahead and contest this Lord. It's an evolved one. If they somehow secure this, that's going to be massive for them to start knocking down some of the tier 2 turrets. Oh,
they have isolated one. That's going to be Pagu. Immortality is going to be popped. Vel wants to secure this kill, wants to finish the jump, gets the flicker off, and the bravest fighter, yes, he can. Now it comes Rosa with the beacon. Vel is going to be traded off because of that. Rosa just handles the rest of the FYG. It comes to Fanny. What a Winter Crown, but the Eve ultimate is going to lock him down. Rosa out. Sigiboom looking for an angle with his Joe, prepping up the Jeet Kundo. Doesn't have the flicker for now, and he's gonna be found by the members of the FYG. The kick is not nearly enough as he's getting punished. Now Lunar might be next on the docket. DFYG have found 3 kills, man. And can Lunar get away from this? Seems like that's not the target anymore for DFYG.
Oh, they're taking the Lord,
is gonna
though.
put this Lord. No, but TNZ is still alive and Retribution is still up. Are you sure you want to do this, DFYG?
This is a huge risk. I mean, Supercan dealt with the wave. He's gonna make it back up here. Lord's at a quarter of the health. Lunar low as well. Has to get away.
How's the Purify for now? TNZ goes for the backbase for the Winter Crown.
Oh,
he wanted punish. Immortality getting picked up. It's gonna be the Winter Crown. Can they take him out? That's 14 kills that they can shut down. TNZ runs away. Long. It's not gonna be enough. TNZ goes down. The punish, the shutdown. Oh my goodness, and the Lord on top of it.
They did it. DFYG has taken the lead back in their favor with this Lord. It's an evolved one. The lead that Aurora Gaming has held on to for literally the entire game is now gone. TNZ still a little bit away to be back up, but they got to deal with this Lord. It's an evolved one pushing in, and DFYG is in a position to force a fight.
Oh, the Fanny overshoots. But that's just for poking. In comes the ultimate Pagu. And again, they will get out the beacon just to get away from there. But the base in shambles. Pagu down for the Rosa as well. With no Hayabusa to defend. DFYG mounts the comeback. And we are going to game 3.
DFYG has to be happy about that. Again, facing a fully stacked one. If they somehow secure this, that's going to be massive for them to start knocking down some of the tier 2 turrets. Oh,
they have isolated one. That's going to be Pagu. Immortality is going to be popped. Bell wants to secure this kill, wants to finish the jump, gets the flicker off. And the bravest fighter, yes, he can. Now it comes Rosa with the beacon. Bell is going to be traded off because of that. Rosa just handles the rest of the FYG. It comes the Fanny. What a Winter Company. Evil Ultimate is going to lock him down. Rosa out. Sigi Boom looking for an angle with his Joe, prepping up the Jeet Kundo. Doesn't have the flicker for now, and he's going to be found by the members of the FYG. The kick is not nearly enough as he's getting punished. Now Lunar might be next on the docket. DFYG have found 3 kills, man. And can Lunar get away from this? Seems like that's not the target anymore for DFYG.
Oh, they're taking the Lord,
is going
though.
to put this Lord. No, but TNZ is still alive and Retribution is still up. Are you sure you want to do this, DFYG?
This is a huge risk. I mean, Supercan dealt with the wave. He's going to make it back up here. Lord's at a quarter of the health. Lunar low as well. Has to get away.
How's the Purify for now? TNZ goes for the backbase for the Winter Crown.
Oh,
he wanted punish. Immortality getting picked up. It's going to be the Winter Crown. Can they take him out? That's 14 kills that they can shut down. TNZ runs away. Long. It's not going to be enough. TNZ goes down. The punish, the shutdown. Oh my goodness, and the Lord on top of it.
They did it. DFYG has taken the lead back in their favor with this Lord. It's an evolved one. The lead that Aurora Gaming has held on to for literally the entire game is now gone. TNZ still a little bit away to be back up, but they got to deal with this Lord. It's an evolved one pushing in, and DFYG is in a position to force a fight.
Oh, the Fanny overshoots. But that's just for poking. In comes the ultimate Pagu. And again, they will get out the beacon just to get away from there. But the base in shambles. Pagu down for the Rosa as well. With no Hayabusa to defend. DFYG mounts the comeback. And we are going to a game. Hayabusa to base. In comes the ultimate Pagu. And again, they will get out the beacon just to get away from there. But the base in shambles.
Like their full package of the team. Like I will have my full items, my full focus on the team. I will see where is the mistakes and I will take it.
Exactly, that is very true. And actually for Rosa and Sigi Bomb from Team Aurora, they made a lot of mistakes in this game. Especially Rosa in the early game, she was getting targeted a lot with Zushin, was getting targeted a lot. Was away from the team, was a little bit more aggressive than the rest of the team. So the FYG took advantage of that and got a couple of kills on her. In the late game, from mid to the late, Sigmund was actually, with Chow, was becoming a little bit more aggressive, and yeah, they got some kills on him as well, which made Aurora actually at a disadvantage. And yeah, well, Hayabusa, TNZ with Hayabusa cannot do everything on his own. Lunar did a great job actually in this match. He stayed alive for quite a long time. He didn't even die a single time. But as we can see right now, the MVP for the second game is Long from the FIG, who was actually playing with Cloud, with 4 kills, 2 deaths, and 8 assists.
To be honest, there is a hidden soldier with the FIG. It is Eve. His damage was real, and he was like trying to focus the back lane like with his all his hands.
Yeah, yeah, that is very true. That is very true.
I have no words. As you were saying earlier, I was really waiting to finish it, close the series, and then that's it, 2-0. But DFYG, kudos to them.
Yeah, yeah, they did an amazing job actually coming back from the total dominance from Team Aurora. TNZ was unbelievable. I think in the next match they're going to ban Hayabusa. They're not going to let Hayabusa open because TNZ showed actually. Aurora Gaming had 17 kills the previous match. 14 of them was actually from TNZ himself. So he did 14 kills the previous match only with Hayabusa, which is amazing, you know. So I don't think they're going to keep him open for the next match.
But to be honest, when they feed one person and they forget it, they forget about the other team. The other team will be weak. That's why the FYG they took the advantage for this. Like they focus Hayabusa and there is no any damage dealer with Aurora Gaming.
Yeah.
That's why the FYG like they divided all the loot for his team, and they focused how to take advantage, trying to kill Hayabusa and finish the game.
Exactly, exactly, exactly. And they were actually rooting more for Badang to actually, you know, get the crowd control factor and create the wall so they can actually clash on the team. But the FYG knew that this was their strategy, though. So they were playing a bit, you know, far from each other, so Badang wouldn't actually maximize from his skills.
Yes, we will be seeing that in Game 3. You know, this is what we're waiting for, the Game 3 for this series. Okay, all right, that's it from us. Let's go on a short break and let the team get ready for Game 3.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous robotics and many other activities.
Mana? Apa yang selesai berapa, boy? Tapi betul loh. Kalau tahu nggak? Baik. Kami home, kami suruh ngomel-ngomel home. Sombong. Ini gimana anjing? Kan kan kompe guys ya. Oh, bye. Kau curi pandang anjing WS kok 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 9 anjing gelok 9 WS guys. Let's go anjing. Kau curi tantangan apa ya? Komen kan
Other options, it's better.
Yeah, definitely.
But
definitely.
Patrick, no problem.
Patrick, yeah. If they have Patrick on all skins, that would be good. On all heroes, that would be great, actually. So we have Lancelot as the second man from the FYG. So we have Fanny and Lancelot right now. And we have Gacha and Hilda for Team Aurora. We're waiting for TNZ to ban the last hero in the first ban phase. Who is it going to be? Are they going to go for one more XP laner, or are they going for a mage?
I think they will go for one XP laner. Why? They need to focus, because last game their weak point was in the XP lane.
Zushin was quite annoying actually the previous game, yeah.
But still, Eve was more better, DFYG. DFYG with Eve, with the damage dealting in the last game, and trying to focus the back line and like deleting the front line, because if they have Badang for the front line, versus Eve it's hard. Also Chu last game was playing with the tank build, not like a fighter build. Damage build.
Although he was in the gold lane with Claude, I understand the idea that he actually went for a tank build because, you know, he would be very squishy in front of Claude since Claude has distance damage, you know, he damages from far away. So he had to build the tank. Yeah, exactly. But as I can see, Hayabusa is open, Eve is open, Aurora are taking risks, but Grok is not open. Oh my god, Grok is actually joining us today in this game. Pagu, yeah, he's like, okay, you know, Groot, I'm not gonna pick Glue, but I'm going to pick Grok instead, which is such a great choice for him. Right now we have Eon and Vel waiting to go for their picks. Who do you think they're going to pick? Are they gonna pick a mage XP laner, or are they gonna go for a mage jungler?
Mage and jungler.
Mage
more
and
than
jungler, yes.
They are hovering on Eve because they win it last game, and they know how to play with Eve more than other mages. Oh,
and we have Basha as well, so this is going to be crazy actually.
But for the first pick for Aurora, like as a Grok, it's understandable because they cannot let it go. It's very advantage.
But why didn't they go for Basha instead? That's very, you know, like I'm questioning myself. Why didn't they go for Basha? Basha is such a great jungler, and he's very annoying actually.
Basha was also open.
Yeah, exactly. So why didn't they go for him? Why did they choose Grok instead?
It's a question mark, but still, they know how to. We saw Aurora playing against Basha.
Oh, your main is showing up.
Farsa and Eve versus you. Oh, Yuzong is open also.
Yuzong is open as well, yes. Lapu Lapu is open right now, so yeah, there are lots of actually meta heroes that are open that they can choose from. Claude, they're not taking risks, so they pick Claude. So it's a smart choice from Aurora that they went for the Claude pick. Right now, actually, DFYG might get stuck with a Harith pick in the gold lane or another XP lane or fighter in the gold lane. So, or long, actually, yeah, Moskov is actually showing up right now. Interesting.
They will play it on the safe side, like we will play in the our safe plan.
Yeah.
We will play our mains. Okay, understandable. Ban for Hayabusa, it was very annoying and very fed in the last game. Trying to deny it because it's the last game. And the last game there is like mistakes are costly for both teams. And for the safe plan, try to eliminate as much as mains for both teams and you are good to go.
Actually, Long with his choice with Moskov made sure that this is going to be a long game. So yeah, this is very interesting, and we see Lapu Lapu in the ban. Oh my god, this game is going to be quite interesting. I'm actually very excited to see what's going to happen in this game. But we're waiting for the last two bans from the FYG and Aurora, and then the last 4 picks for both teams. Do you have any idea? Because I'm very curious right now about what they're planning for, to be honest.
When you think about it, there is a lot of picks are open. Harith is open, Xborg, Yuzong.
Harith, no one's gonna pick Harith, right? No one's gonna pick Harith because they're already locked on.
Ruby's open also.
Ruby's open as well. Yes, there is Xborg. There is Uranus. There is Esmeralda as well. So yeah, CC is a very smart ban from their side because she would be very annoying facing Moskov if she actually in a clash targeted Moskov. She's going to be very annoying. There is Guinevere as well, by the way. So there are lots of choices actually still available. But we're waiting for the last ban from TNZ to see who is he going to ban. And most probably it's going to be another Xavier. Of course, Yuzong. So we have Uranus, we have Guinevere, we have Xborg. Who else do we have? We have Esmeralda as well. So there are still 4 picks for the XP lane. And of course, the FYG are still looking for a role model as well. So, will they go for Hylox? Do you think they will go for
Hylox is open.
Yeah.
And it's with the FYG? Arlot?
Arlot is such a great choice as well, actually. Very interesting
Arlot
choice.
with Moskov and Eve and Basha.
This is going to be...
it's a very interesting pick.
Very interesting, and the damage output is going to be crazy, actually, if they pick Arlot.
Like three damage dealer.
Yeah, 3 damage
Moskov,
dealers,
Eve,
and 2 crowd controllers right now, 2 burst damagers. So actually, Arlot is such a he completes the puzzle in a way right now. So only the last pick for the FYG is going to be
They changed the plan from the first. Oh, glue?
Gua lagi WS9 anjing.
Wait, hovering on the glue, Patrick.
Patrick, are you guys doing that? Are you gonna do that? Because that would be very interesting.
For the last game, were you seeing Patrick?
Are we seeing Patrick? I hope so. No, they're not. Okay, Terasa. Terasa is actually such a great choice for an XP laner.
I want to put comments on the FYG. They learned from their mistakes from the first game. They were playing on the magic damage. Now they changed. They will play Moskov, Terasa and Guinevere. They will play Moskov, Arlot, and Eve. They know how to divide the damage, and they know how to, like, we will focus, and we need to win this game. There is no room for mistakes. The mistakes will count, because one step closer for the grand finals. For the last pick for the FYG, Guinevere and Terasa, Cloyd, Farsa, and Grok. To be honest, Terasa was unpredictable.
We have Uranus and Esmeralda at the last picks, unless they have something else to say. Will they go for actually high loss? Although
the FYG.
Actually, that's a logical
What do you think of Terasa pick?
Terasa pick is such a great pick because he's very good at crowd control. He has very high life steal, and he actually has good damage. Actually, looking at both teams, all 10 heroes are high damage output, so this is going to be a game with lots of kills, I believe so.
The draft is equal for me.
Yeah.
But I want to go with Farsa, but now I will betray her. I will go with the FYG still.
Actually, both of them are very interesting. I'm still rooting for Aurora, but the FYG has quite an amazing lineup, to be honest. Very interesting and very excited to see what's going to happen in this game. Again, I'm clueless. This game is going to be crazy. We might see lots of kills going on.
I want to see Moskov playstyle with the FYG.
Yeah.
I'm waiting since yesterday.
Actually, Guinevere is such a targeted pick against Moskov, so not only, of course, Guinevere, but Guinevere is the most one because, using her ult, she might actually try to get to Moskov, but Moskov smartly actually used his Purify spell, so let's see.
All right, that is from our analysts. It's time to let the game speak. This is Game 3 once again, the decider, the final chapter of this series. Let's send it over to our casters to bring you the match that decides who moves on to the grand finals. Casters?
Thanks so much. Welcome once again. Final match. These two amazing teams. FYG. At the grand final spot. Once again, it's one game down to it, Wolf. I gotta say, man, I like both drafts. You got some comfort here, and I know we mentioned this yesterday, man. They broke the glass in case of emergency. Got his Moscow.
That's right. Yeah. Unfortunately, we cannot have two good things at the same time. We're going to see utility versus utility when it comes to our junglers. Would love to see Super Ken on the assassins for sure. But hey, we get the long Moscow, so it's fine. And we also get the Grok onto Pagu, which so far has been great. I mean, we have seen only the first minute of a battle in the mid lane, and they're already poking me one, as well as said. There's so many good picks here. Rosa on the Farsa, this is Stuff of Legends. One of his most famous heroes for sure, that he got known for. And then eventually, of course, we have the Cloud from Sigiboom going up against Lungs Moskov.
Okay, so part of this, and also the interesting fact is this is broken walls, right? So that's of course going to have somewhat of an impact. I feel like, when you look at broken walls, it's not a major change, but there are certain stipulations to that, especially depending on where teams decide to fight, or how they decide to nice little take there for Super Ken, by the way. But this this Baksha. Oh no. Okay, they're not gonna follow it up.
Oh, there is the exchange though, Zed. With his own wall against the Grok Super Ken.
Ditutup semua ya assassinnya tadi ya, guys ya.
Yes, he will survive, but
Tadi ditutup
had to
semua ya
cut the
assassinnya ya.
ultimate, which
Lihat lagi
is
gua, anjing.
not the best, but he did take away some of the farm from TNZ. You know what the effect of that was? TNZ was at level 4. That's why Aurora Gaming decided to at least poke the FYG, maybe stop Super Ken, get into position into this turtle, as not having the level 4 on that Violent Reclaim is bad. However, E1 does not have his own level 4. So this is something that Aurora can actually punish. TNZ is already looking for an angle in the mid lane. Will not catch anyone. Vel jumping in. Level 5 for Super Ken on this Baksha, which kind of prompts Aurora Gaming to not contest so hardly, but it goes the tech charge onto the backlines, followed with the Violent Requiem. 2 members down just like that.
2 members
for
down.
Aurora Gaming, and now it's Siggy Boom going in for E1 down. Another double kill for Siggy Boom to start the game, and my goodness, 1,700 gold for Aurora Gaming.
That's about the best setup you're going to see from this kind of composition. I mean, a tech charge with that flicker, the penalty zone into the spatial migration Requiem. That is so difficult to deal with. I mean, what do you do in your case if you're DFYG and you get set up like that, you know? And that's why the Grok was picked up first pick blue side. You always see this when the Groks are locked in. By, again, these type of roamers, you have to give it up to Farpagu. He is such a big part of why Aurora Gaming is doing so well in all their matches, right? That kind of setup, that kind of is very reminiscent of what we've seen from Light, right? From the other Aurora Gaming Philippines. And it's the same thing. Essentially, they follow through off of their roam just like they should, and they're able to layer their ultimates so well. And so when you're trying to do that, again, you don't have any scaling here just yet either with this lineup from DFYG. You need that time to go ahead and get that going. But if you're forced in that situation and you can't even survive through it, it's just an automatic death, you know, with that kind of setup potential.
Yeah, it seems like DFYG did not expect Pagu to have level 4 during that moment. Because usually during the turtle fight, you don't necessarily have the tension, especially the first turtle. But kind of felt like the FYG kind of hedged their bets in there. They know that they might have overstayed their work. Up top, and fence dash coming out from Zed. Siggy Boom's not gonna bite. They get out of there, blazing, do it just to clear it out. Zed popping the ult to get some tankiness. Pagu.
Is Pagu gonna go? Okay.
Not worth it. He gets out.
Not worth it. I mean, he was thinking about it, but yeah, they saw the rest of DFYG rotate up, and you know, that's what that 2-kill lead will do for Siggy Boom on this Claude. Again, you need time to build up on the Claude, but you get an early kill, it doesn't matter as much. You're already in pretty decent fighting form, at least when it comes to the lane, that you can actually bully the Moskov a little bit here. Now that this turtle's coming up, Aurora's going to have control of trying to set up around this objective. But DFYG doesn't really care. There's a final slash.
There's a passage into the real world manipulation. The tech charge onto just one. Super Ken is still tanky, but the kill onto Rosa. Super Ken being taken out. TNZ claims the turtle. A kill and a turtle for Aurora Gaming in exchange for Rosa's life. They're going to be traded. Not going to be the case for now. They will not have enough control for this Arlet with a lot of dashes. Still a win for Aurora Gaming in turtle number 2.
Yeah, they get the objective. It is a trade in the kills, but again, not the target you want to go down. You know, it is Super Ken on the Baksha, but he doesn't want to fall further behind if that's the case. Now he's doing okay because again, you can rotate quite quickly, farm out the way you need to, especially when you're considering you're up against Guinevere. But again, TNZ's just so aggressive on this.
No! Revenge strike! Oh, Revenge strike is gonna kill him. And Zed as well bites the dust. DFYG. They attempted to go for a cheeky play in the mid lane, bringing in their Moskov to farm, but Lunar is prepared for that. They didn't even have to pop the flicker for that kill. That's a lot of value that Aurora Gaming has gotten in the mid lane. Now they can even pressure the mid lane. Super Ken pops the ultimate just to prep for some wave clear out here. Also, off steal the mid. There's the final slash to step up for this. And there's Tech Charge again up to 2. Aurora Gaming are just destroying the FYG. Pago didn't even have to be cheeky with that. That is such a straight up head-on collision that the FYG have lost.
That's what I'm saying, man. There's an exact reason why when teams decide to go in first pick Grok, you'll see why. Again, one of the best picked roamers right now in the current meta. Just so valuable, despite what happened in the patch here too. And it's just, you know, even with the Brave Smite, like he's able to go ahead and get a little bit of health left, you know, or get a little bit of health back when he uses his abilities. And Pagu, once again, DFYG is going to have an answer for this at some point. And, you know, what is the answer to being set up in multiple ways against this composition? Well, it's you would say, oh, it's just positioning. But the problem is, with positioning, how sometimes you can't prepare for it because Pagu on this Grok can just appear basically anywhere, and he's got a couple choices. It doesn't always have to be the tech charge, right? Like sometimes it can just be the rampart to mess things up. Sometimes it can just be the swing, and sometimes it's that that auto attack passive that he has too. So like, there's so many things that a Grok can do that. I mean, you know, like that too. It just, that's why I said the rampart alone is enough to just mess things up for a team.
Yeah. Hey, you gotta stop talking Naisu because they might nerf. Moonson might hear you. They might nerf this Grok. Don't want that to see that, but it comes the real world manipulation. Not gonna be enough. It is taken out. Super Ken. It's gonna be under 5 members of Aurora. Miraculously survives all of the damage from Aurora Gaming. But the damage has been done. The FYG still defend the mid lane though. No one will actually get out there. Aurora Gaming kind of felt like, okay, we don't need to risk anything. Let's just get out there. Yeah, let Super Ken live to tell the tale and tell his teammates to not mess with it. That's what they're doing.
You know, the fact that, yeah, I mean, it's pretty impressive Super Ken didn't die there, but it's like, you know, he is a Baksha. He's got the Tortoise Puissance. And, you know, they need to rely on Lung and Yi1 in an essence to scale up. Do they actually force a fight here? They still hold on to the tier 1. I don't think they want to. That's the thing. DFYG doesn't want to fight. It's more so of just kind of holding on at this point. You're 30 seconds away from the Lord. You know that you've had some time now for Long to farm up. He even got that tier 1 turret up top. So they might finally get it for Aurora up here as Sigibom knocks it down. And, you know, that's the thing. If anyone was like, I want to see this Moskov from Lung because they've heard about it, well, this is one of the games where he's got to go ahead and lock in and turn things around once again. You know, as you see him on your screen here, Lung's done this many times. So you even though you see a 6,000 gold lead for Aurora Gaming, you can't completely count out DFYG just yet. They have been able to go ahead and turn things around. The comebacks before Vel.
I want to go for Vel this time. Vel will be taken out. Easily coming up for Aurora Gaming. They had to come in the tech charge now. Final rank there for Yi1. He's down as well. Super Ken cannot help his teammates. Zen will have to flicker and ult. A triple kill already. Make that a 4. Make that 4 for Aurora Gaming. And that looked to be a very casual take onto the mid lane. The FYG have lost ground. Now the Lord now being taken by Aurora Gaming.
All right, I was saying, you know, that you're gonna have to play in the long, but unfortunately, man, if your team essentially gets wiped out in the mid,
no way!
No way!
No way!
I take it back.
Take it back.
What I was saying earlier.
No.
Just lead it to long.
Oh my goodness. I was really waiting for it, and the camera angle was kind of difficult for us to see. But there was a split second where my visions kind of slowed down and I saw that spear. And I was like, there's no way, right? And yeah, TNZ, oh man, yeah, let's scratch their heads. Still, the FYG, that's definitely a mini W for them, but there's still a lot of an uphill climb that they have to make, you know?
We've seen this twice, Wolf. Now with a Moskov taking the Lord when the jungler, you know, it's, I mean... At one point you can't say, okay, it's just luck. Like there's some calculation in there, man. Like I'm telling you.
This is pattern recognition that we're doing. This is not luck anymore. Tech charge in the middle. Punish is dead. Push them back. Dead? Yeah, but he's probably dead now. And
Udah lah,
DFYG
ini
have
kita makan.
cleared the minion wave for sure for that
Babak
one.
pertama
but-
tuh kalian.
Yep, they
know-
were able to breathe a little.
Like, so again, something like that. I know we always, you know, a lot of people react to it. I'm sure people in the chat watching were saying the same thing, but in reality, you steal a Lord, what it does do you when you're down this much. Again, this is a 9,000 gold deficit. It may buy you an opportunity in this game, you know,
Yeah,
but
for
that's
sure.
that's a very small step in the right direction. And once again, this kind of lineup, with the way things have been going, is entirely leaning towards that. Your Moskov, whoever it might be, whatever team might this be, is able to go ahead and get that space to work with, get the damage off, you know, take out the people. But you look at the lineup from Aurora Gaming, that is going to be very difficult to do. No matter how locked in Lung is, the amount of work that that's going to take, and for the rest of the team to catch up or allow him to do that is such a big task here. Again, you're talking about a Grok, a Terasa who has a passive called the Body of Smith, which lets him tank up even more damage the lower lower health that he is. Plus, he has the wings. You know, so it's like the amount of time that needs to be bought for Lung to make it happen is massive. Now they have that potential, but you can see the items here. They're so far away as a team, right? As a team from being able to actually win those exchanges, win those fights. And that's why the only option for them at this point is to go ahead and buckle in. They potentially probably don't even contest the next Lord. If they try to get in that position, they could risk losing these series, losing this opportunity to go to the grand finals here, because some of the defensive items now have to be in consideration too. You see the Winter Crown over here for TNZ. Wind of Nature just got picked up here for Siggy Boom. So, you know, those things are going to be troublesome. Plus, if Lung gets in that range, you see the Chastised Pauldrons there too.
That's right.
For Hagu. So that's really difficult to make that work. This Spear, not going to land that one.
Yep, Aurora Gaming. They don't know that Super Ken is actually in here. They want to go for Zed. That is the sacrifice.
Oh, can he steal this?
Can he steal this? Nah.
Oh.
No drive-by for you, and Super Ken definitely going to be punished. The FYG sacrifice 2 of their heroes, and they will not get anything out of that. This is how dire the situation is for DFYG. Now the defense. They do have the Eve. That's E1. And no tech charge for now, because they have committed that against Zed.
Kuning-kuning kami.
Aurora Gaming gonna be
Kuning
waiting
kami,
for
eh.
this opportune moment. Vel has to pop the fire slashers to
Yung Apakh.
speed up clearing that minion wave in the middle. And
Apakh
fortunately
kuning.
for the FYG, Super Ken and Zed will respawn in time for this defense. It's gonna be tricky. Pagu has the flicker, has the tech charge now. Lunar as well. Battle spells and ultimates available for Aurora Gaming. Pagu with the wall. Eve very early with the ultimate. Lunar wants to answer this Eve. They would not be able to take him out for now. Lunar's actually in trouble because
Oh, he's still
he
alive.
survives just enough with a sliver of HP. The body of Smith working wonders. My
Oh, the
goodness,
spear.
somebody blocked that spear. And he survives. Lunar is alive. Bell isn't though. There's the
Oh,
tech
tech.
charge. Catching two with a combo of that wall. And now they have taken out 2 members of DFYG. Aurora Gaming, they can feel it. They're now jumping in. Long in trouble. The base in shambles. Super Ken trying his best to defend, but it's not going to be enough. Aurora Gaming goes to the grand finals.
Aurora Gaming, 3 games, make it happen in a dominant fashion for game 3. After losing that Lord there to that Spear, they readjust and make it happen, going to the grand finals here. Phenomenal series, great one to have 3 games. Again, you know, when you get to the semifinal, Wolf, and you've only got 3 games, you know, you have to play your best and you hope to get the full series. Got to give it up for DFYG here. Once again, the improvement that they have made time and time again. This is a region, once again, this is a region that is catching up, and they definitely have a bright
Abu Dhabi,
future
one
ahead
more
of them.
time. Please
Let's
give
go
it
over
up
the stage
to
for our
your
interview.
winning team, Aurora Gaming. Well done, guys. You are the one I remember I spoke to yesterday, right? Amazing. All right. Wow, what an incredible performance. It was a tough game. It was a very tough game, I must say, but it was very enjoyable to watch, right? Everybody enjoyed it. It was nerve-wracking, right? What was coming into the semifinals? What was the main focus for you and the rest of the team?
We worked very hard to fix our mistakes. We also analyzed our opponents, and overall I expected this game to be a little bit harder, but not to say they played very good actually.
Amazing. Well done, of course, to the other team. Can we have a bigger round of applause to DYFG? Amazing performance, of course. Who would you say out of the entire team was the highlight? Who pulled off the most amount of kills?
In our team, I feel like it was a team effort, but TNZ got so many kills that he actually deserved it.
Amazing. Well done. Well, congratulations. You guys are off to the finals tomorrow. Just one last step, and then you guys could potentially win this tournament. It's absolutely huge. Tell me about the preparations over the next 24 hours. What are you guys going to focus on?
Well, I feel like we just need to keep the energy and the mindset, because we came here to win. That's our mindset. So tomorrow we're gonna work very hard to win.
Amazing. Well done. Well, congratulations once again, Aurora Gaming, everybody. Well done. We'll see you tomorrow at the finals of the Mlbb tournament right here, the Games of the Future. Well done, guys.
All right, take it all in after a full 3-game battle. 2-1, Aurora Gaming PH secured the win and booked their place in the grand finals. What a series, what a turnaround, and what a statement made when it mattered the most. Aurora Gaming showed us exactly why they belong on the biggest stage. Soldier?
To be honest, the first team who secured the place in the grand finals are Aurora Gaming, and they surprised us in the last game. It was like a one-sided game, but I will give a chance for the FYG that the team, they are not accepting the lose easily. They showed us in the last second game that we are strong and we can compete with the S-tier team, but still as a new team, bravo. I like the playstyle. Still there is a lot to face in the tournament scene, in the stage scene, and see you in the other tournaments. And I still cheer for DFYG. Still.
Yes, I absolutely have high respect to DFYG because they pushed Aurora to the limit. They were able to take game 2 and they proved that they could adapt. Root?
Yeah, definitely, and especially what I liked the most was the Lord Steel from Long with Moscow. He has done it again yesterday. He has done it with Church. And today he's done it with the Lord. He stole a Lord from Team Aurora. That was quite amazing. But unfortunately, that Lord Steel wasn't enough for them to have a comeback or to get back into the game, because Aurora just kept on pushing. They kept on destroying towers until they reached the inhibitors, destroyed them as well, and destroyed the base. So kudos for Aurora Gaming, complete dominance from their side. Hard luck to the FYG. You played amazing. You guys are so much fun to watch, and hopefully we will see you in future tournaments.
Let's look at the numbers, because this one, it's very clean for me. Very much clean, Soldier.
Gak usah ini lah. Ya, follow Alah, goblok. Oh. Ya. Kita ngereng dulu ya, Bro ya. Hah? Oke. Oke. Gregor only. Oke. Oke. Terima kasih dan sampai jumpa. Follow anjing. Terima kasih dan sampai jumpa. Terima kasih dan sampai jumpa. Ya, Korban siapa? Di korban pipau. Korban cepat. Nyaho. Chào nhau hôm nay. Tak ada yang kuat yang sebenarnya pas 9 Jok. Anjing. Goblok. Kan Jok. Lihat dong. Sama pas banget. Có mà dùng đó không? Bây giờ à. Terima kasih dan sampai jumpa. Itu dia loh. Normal coba. Terima kasih dan sampai jumpa. Kok penasaran ya dari tadi kamera gue kena. Gue penasaran. Ini kamera gue. Oh Jameh. Ah. Ah, mami papa lo. Terus. Saya kau pai aja. Terima kasih dan sampai jumpa. Menit lagi kita lihat sekalian guys. Lihat game cok, lihat 4 menit kagak ke matching guys. Lihat 4 menit gak ke matching cok. That game. Tadi that game anjing asli deh. That game cok, lihat. Menuju 5 menit guys. Lihat, menuju 5 menit. That game anjir, that game guys. 5 menit. That game cok 5 menit. Menuju 5 menit matching. That game anjing. Pada game cok. Real. That game is hot. Real that game bro ya. That game anjing. That game cok. That game sok. Habis lah. That game, aku that game. That game. Back to the corner when I first time saw you. How I can move on when you do it. One day you wake up. How can I move on when I first time saw you? Cause if one day the heart Bad game anjing. Game cok. Dia. Endok handal cok. Ada handal anjing. Handal banget di. Bubar lah, anjing. Salah coba ini. Bubar. Maybe I'll get famous and then move. We all get famous.
By Adnock. And now, this is it, guys. Match 2 of the day. We are now one step closer to seeing the finalists for the grand finals.
We are waiting for the game 2. To be honest, game 2 will be more fun than game 1. Game 1 finished 2-1, and game 2, it's gonna be too long, Adham and Elisa, and it's gonna be also a lot of strategies, a new one with Onic and Aurora Gaming Philippines, and a new game style from both of them. Because I'm waiting for Aurora Gaming Philippines against Onic.
You know,
it's going to be amazing.
yes, sorry, without a doubt, I know this is the most awaited matchup of the day. You know, the vibe here in the Hall 9, it's very much giving, and I know our online viewers as well is giving us the best time in the comment section.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, I consider this as an early final match,
Yes.
since both of the teams are world-class teams. They have got champions, like they were champions in different tournaments. So it's not going to be an easy game for any of them. I believe they've done their homework, both of them, mostly more than others. It is going to be such an interesting match. And as Soldier said, it is not going to be a short game. Actually, it's going to be a very long game.
It's gonna be hard.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for both. And they will try their best not to make any mistakes, because mistakes are very important and counted for each of the teams, of course.
And for both teams, in the past, there was between them clash.
Yep.
There's a lot of clashes between them, and now we will see a live stream clash on stage.
Yes, you know, in the MLBB history, there is no bigger rivalry than this.
Yeah.
Philippines versus Indonesia. Talking about, and you know what, Soldier and Good, I have a little trivia for you. Do you know that Kyrie from Onic and Edward from Aurora Gaming PH, they used to go way back?
Yeah.
Yes, they were actually schoolmates.
Wow.
Yeah.
They were playing for the same amateur teams back when they were not famous, just the amateur teams. And now, it's so
Onic
exciting
versus
that
Aurora PH.
they are now on the
Ambil
opposing
point,
side.
ambil point, ambil point.
Wow.
Yes.
To be honest,
Point.
last night with
Point, mana point, mana point.
both
Point,
games,
point,
Aurora
point.
game Philippines and Onic,
Start ball.
Aurora game Philippines
Aku
was very
haters
nice.
Onic
Because
bang.
their gaming style, they are used to it during the major tournaments. But Onic versus Falcon, it was little bit different. Because Onic, they shows us like it's easy to win against us, but it's hard to win because we can win it one-sided and we can win it clean sweep also.
Yes, there is very true, but the ultimate challenge right now, I believe, is mostly for Onic than actually Aurora Gaming PH. Because from what I told you before, I am actually rooting for Aurora Gaming Philippines, and I know Aurora Gaming Philippines, they actually have what it takes to actually win this tournament. Onic is not an easy, of course, team. These guys have been playing since, you know, for years, and they participate in lots of championships. They played with for lots of teams. So Onic to grab all these talents and put them in one team, it took them a while, and it took them a lot of effort. So it is Onic, of course, is such a wonderful team. They're pros. I learned from them a lot, but Aurora Gaming Philippines, I think they would actually win this one.
You know, since you're saying that, I think Soldier is right that we're gonna able to see Aurora versus Aurora Gaming.
Let's go, let's go.
I'm waiting for this moment since
go,
yesterday,
Onic, don't go,
because
guys.
once I saw the bracket,
Yeah.
and I saw Aurora Gaming in the up and Aurora Gaming Philippines in the down, maybe they will meet in the grand final.
Yeah.
That's the moment that everyone will be silent and waiting who will get the crown.
Yeah, definitely.
But you know, it's interesting because when we match like this, some fans, they are like fighting each other. Not fighting, but you know, like rooting for someone. And they're like, no, it's gonna be this one. No, it's gonna be
Friendly
this one.
fighting.
Yes, like friendly one. But if Aurora and Aurora Gaming PH goes into the finals, the fans will be like, I am Aurora. So, you know.
It's different. Like,
Yes.
you know, I think it's gonna be like the European Aurora fans versus the Filipino Aurora fans. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be like that, you know.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun, but it's a win-win for Aurora in
Yeah,
general,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
to be honest. But you know, like, let's not rush through things because Onic might have something else to say.
In the pocket, we never know. Like,
you never know. Exactly.
Yes, for sure. Okay, I think energy is high and players are ready. So I think let's throw it to the stage for the countdown for the next matchup.
Masak sih. Sepele dia bro ya. Yang satu-satu ya bro ya. Yang nanya kompleks apa kompleks harus level kompleks.
gentlemen, let's welcome Aurora Gaming Philippines! Here we go, boys. The stage is all yours now. You may head to your seats. Good luck. And now let's welcome their opponents. Give it up to Team Onic! Here we go, guys. This is your moment. MLBB semifinals. You may head to the stage right now. Good luck.
All right, everyone, this is where it truly begins. Match 2 of the day, game 1, and the draft is now upon us. Onic and Indonesia versus Aurora Gaming PH. Philippines versus Indonesia, structure versus aggression, discipline versus explosiveness. So this is not a draft. This is the opening statement of the series. Once again, as we said earlier, this is like a grand finals that is happening a little too early.
To be honest, Onic and Aurora Gaming Philippines, they're planning, and I'm waiting who's gonna take the second place on the grand finals. For me, yesterday, once I saw Aurora Gaming Philippines and Onic in the same bracket from down, that's the thing I'm waiting for today, and I want to see the game today because both teams are S-class teams, and in the major tournaments it was a clash between them and rivals. And brackets beginning, and the ban and picks. I'm expecting meta and meta and target bans for both Onic and Aurora.
Yes, we have witnessed Light used Grok, and he was the MVP for that one. So this is very much a respect ban, I believe.
Yes, that is very true. Actually, Grok is an auto ban for Onic because they know that Aurora is not. They know how to play with the Grok, especially Light. And then we're seeing a Kalea ban as well, which is a top meta ban. And Yuzong, they're not waiting. They're not giving it, they're not waiting to choose who to ban. They know who to ban exactly, so they've done their homework. I believe the first 3 bans, or the first 6 bans in the first ban phase, are going to be quick and mostly going to be meta bans than respect bans, So yeah, we've seen a respect ban right now, but I don't think it will continue like that. But we still have very, top meta actually picks like Fanny, like Basha. Basha is still open. We have Lapu-Lapu, we have Kacha. But yeah, they're going for a Basha man. They don't want to take the risk. Basha is such an annoying jungler, so they don't want to do that. But will actually Aurora leave Fanny open, do you think?
I don't think so.
To be honest, I will not focus on Fanny now. I will focus on mages. Because now 2 mages are open, like the one we used to it, and 3. We have Lunox, we have Eve, we have Farsa, and we have still one in mind, but I will not spoil, Still.
Should I?
Yes.
Okay, Zushan.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So yeah, actually, yeah. But we're seeing a Hilda ban. We're seeing right now, roamers, XP laner bans mostly. They're leaving the jungle bans open. They're leaving the mid laners open until now. But we're waiting for Edward for the third ban in the first ban phase. Are we going to see another XP laner? Are we going to see another roamer ban? Or will he go for a mage or a jungler ban?
Until now, we are seeing mirror bans. They will not like, if I will not ban any mages, other team will not ban. They will mirroring. Until now, we are seeing roamers and little tankies ban because we saw Grok, we have Yuzong, we have Helda, and we have Kalia and Basha. For the last one, I think it will be, and we have Gat. Oh, Fanny. Oh, it's a target ban.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, that's
And
right.
now we move into the picks, first pick of the series, and I think they're sending a message.
Yeah, they're actually picking Eve immediately. No second thoughts, no nothing. They just pick her immediately. Now we have you and Demon Kite, who are actually in the picking phase. Will they go for, I believe they won't go for a mage pick, but they will go for an XP laner and a jungle pick, since they already know that they can go for any mage in that case. But, you know, let's see what's going to happen. Right now, Soldier, Keyboy and Mlbb, who do you think they will go for?
They will mirror, and maybe they will go for Esmeralda, it's open. And for Agenda, we have Yusun Shen open, Univir.
Dapat ISS kalah, cok. Ayam dah nih
Because they choose Lancelot or Yusun Shen. They choose Lancelot and Labu for Aura Gaming Philippines. Yusun Shen, Yusun Shen and Esmeralda.
Yeah, just like what you said, exactly. Yes, actually, they actually heard you. I believe so. I believe they heard you. Yeah, he's right. You know,
let's use it.
Yeah, so that's actually a great, two great picks from Onic ID. Right now we have you remaining. Who is he going to pick? I believe he might go for probably a
mid game.
Probably. Since we have Zushin actually open and we still have Farsa and Lunox open, will he go for, he might go for a Zushin pick before the second ban phase, in which they might ban actually mages and make it harder for Aurora. So, yeah, he's walking in a Zushin, and right now we entered the second ban phase.
For Zushin, to be honest, it's more movable than Farsa against Yusun, Esmeralda, and Eve. But Farsa, she can counter and she can compete the same level of Eve damage. But still, Zushin, it's a great pick with Lancelot and Labu. She will get more comfortable and she can still play, and she feels more comfortable in the map than Farsa in this game.
That is very true. That is very true. And as we can see right now, fourth ban from Team Aurora is actually Ruby. We will see, I believe we will see a Claude ban. I was just going to say Claude. I don't think we're going to see much of them in this game. We might see a highlight. We might see a Gatot Catcher, because Gatot Catcher is still open. And yeah.
Uranus is still open. Gatot Catcher, Hylos, Chu, still open.
Yeah, but Chow will mostly not get banned. Mostly he doesn't get banned because he can be countered, you know. He can be annoying, yes, but he can be countered in a team fight, especially, you know, since if there is a team fight and they actually gank on him, it's an easy kill for the enemy team. But as I can see, actually, from Onic right now, two of the heroes picked are actually damage dealers. Esmeralda is also a damage dealer, but mostly, you know, move on into survivability than actually damage. So the fifth ban from Team Aurora is actually Gatot Kacha, which makes it harder and lead as well. All right, very smart bans from both the teams. Right now, I think Dominkite might go for a roamer or a gold laner, because these two worlds are the ones missing, and he went for a Hylos. Just like you said, Hylos is open. They will go for Hylos. Right now, Sans and Kyrie from Onic. Who do you think they will go for? But Kyrie, of course, Kyrie, Yi-Sun-Shin is already picked, so you know he's going to choose a gold laner.
Sometimes teams are choosing too much, and they will play this combo too much man, and others will be a tankies and other things. But for now on, for Onic, they have Esmeralda, they have Eve and Yusun-Shin. Against Hylos, they need to have an announcer, right? Because they ban Khalid and they ban Gatot Kacha.
Arlot.
Harith is open. And Granger and Chu. Granger and Chu.
Makes a lot of sense, actually. It makes a lot of sense. They're taking risks in that, actually, Onic. They're very ballsy of them to go for the Granger pick in the gold lane. Right now, Aurora actually might go for another fighter if they are kind of like worried about the picks, but they might also go for a gold laner since they have Harith open. So do you think they're going to go for Harith in that case?
Harith is it's a good with Hylas, Lancelot, and Labo and Zushin, because Harith is still open and it can be a perfect with their combo. Because Khalid was perfect for me, but they banned Khalid and they protected because it can continue.
Yeah, Harith is the most logical actually pick from Aurora's side. Because if they pick the fighter, it would be a little bit hard for the fighter to reach Granger since he has very high burst damage. So Harith is the perfect choice for this game.
To be honest, for now on, I have the full picture, but I will go for Aurora gaming Philippines.
Actually, for this game, I'm going for Onic. You know, although overall I'm actually Aurora, but I'm going for this game. I'm going for Onic. I think their lineup is their draft picks are very nice, very risky, and I like high risk, high reward kind of style.
For the biscuit.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
all right. Enough from us. The draft is done, the stage is set, and it's finally time for the action. Let's send it over to our casters to bring you game 1 of Onic Indonesia versus Aurora Gaming PH. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much to the panel there for breaking it down. It's our last best of 3 in the semifinals here. And I'll tell you what, it's still me nice here, but I'm joined with someone else this time. It's Rockhart joining with me. Rockhart, Onic versus another Aurora, but this one being from the Philippines. Will we see an Aurora versus an Aurora Grand Finals? We're going to find out in these 3 games, hopefully 3 games, or will Onic be able to get to the Grand Final spot to face off Aurora from Turkey? We'll find out. Now, one thing I will say, Rockhart, this lineup, these lineups across the board here, is pretty much what we've been seeing for the past maybe 3-4-ish months. And these are some of the most comfort best picks for these players on both sides.
I actually was going to say that. Like, this is so comfort. Like, did they even draft? Like, I think everyone just got exactly what they wanted. No questions asked. It feels like Onic is, I actually don't blame it. Our analysts are a little bit split on this one. Just because it feels like it's so good for either of them. It can go either way.
Yeah, part of this is, I don't know, if you look at both and what we've seen throughout Games of the Future so far for 2025 is a whole lot of roam impact, which has always been the case. If you look at the teams that have had the most, these are the teams that really is the roam pressure. Like roam, especially the Cho, for example, this is key bowler, and he's got his Cho pick. We've seen him do this in many roam, where he go ahead and those pickoffs. This is a very constant roam in comparison. For example, if you compare it to Hylos is not your roam. He's mainly to lay down the glorious pathway. Yes, he has a stun, but essentially he's there to go ahead and provide either a way to follow or to disengage or to cut off the opposing team. But the way that Light plays the high a little different too. That's another thing you have to take in consideration. Again, Light being one of the most aggressive roams in a professional MLB mid lane.
But that's speaking of aggression, right after getting the real world, they go for the fight, and Sans gets first blood. Of course, Demon Kite gonna not let that go unpunished. Gonna go ahead and get that kill, so it's a 1-for-1, and that's both of our mid laners. Actually, no, it's Kyrie falling on the other side, so that's gonna slow him down a little bit, man.
Yeah, that's tough. You die early as a jungler. You're gonna have some difficulty, right? But you gotta be able to catch up. YSS is pretty good at doing that, though. Even if you have your late start into the transition here, so they're gonna fight for this turtle. There's gonna be no contest for this, as you mentioned, with Kyrie going down. So they go for that. Now, part of this too is, again, they forced that fight in the mid. But as soon as those level 4s were available, Aurora Gaming Philippines knew that they had basically an advantage that they could work with. And this is the thing too, you don't see too often the aggressiveness in the gold lane from our previous teams, right? But for example, this is Bnyak and Skylar. Skylar having a massive history of performances throughout Indonesia. Bnyak making a name for himself over the years, and this is the most classic matchup you'll see, a Harith versus a Granger. For a while, people were tired of seeing this. Maybe they still are, and that's why the gold lane has changed up so much lately, where now you can put those fighters in the gold lane, but they're essentially going to be doing the same thing. They want to go ahead and scale into that mid to late game. They both sort of scale around the same timing. Now, if one of them can solo kill each other, which we've seen before, whether that be the Granger or the Harith, then that gives them that little bit of advantage to work with. But right now, it's basically a stalemate across the map. If you look at, again, the reason why this draft is, we say it's so balanced, not just because of the comfort, but because of the way that the timing plays out for these compositions. They're not going to be crazy action-packed early games like we've seen previously. They're going to mostly fight around, if they force something in the mid, before the turtle comes up, or it'll be around the turtle fight.
I actually completely agree. I feel like these are both like just so balanced. There's just a little bit of like deviation, like who spikes faster. Sometimes they can spike a little bit faster. Some heroes, especially like you're talking about the Harith and the Mox 12, right? Sorry, the Harith and the Granger on top side. It's actually really good for both of them. Sometimes if you can get a really good catch, the Harith can just burst down the Grangers, stuff like that, right? So, yeah, absolutely. It feels like both of these gold laners are actually very heavily affected by the patch, but very happy to play it. Ooh, lots of understrikes being locked in by Onic. This might be actually a pretty good fight for them. Let's see if that's gonna happen. Lupi is getting a little bit of Lantern Flare treatment there and gonna get bursted out before even casting anything. Even has the green on his ultimate right now, and that's a second turtle going over to Aurora Gaming here from the Philippines.
It's another pickup. Again, objective plus a kill that they can work with. You know, these being spread out here. He's gonna get away.
Oh man. Oh, look at that, Kiboy, with the insurance policy right at the back. Gonna help him catch up for Kyrie.
I was gonna say that's essentially what you need to do if you're Onic, you know. And great catch there for Keyboy to be there on time. Great communication from Onic to make that play happen. And you know, technically throughout the series that we've seen here in Rockart for Aurora Gaming Philippines, it's usually Edward getting, you know, having trouble in the early game where he's focused on, he might get some early deaths, but he always makes up for it. Like, that's one of the things about why he's called Mr. Consistent and all his other acronyms that he has for his names for him, because he has that potential to be able to do this. Is Lupi gonna have some trouble here? He is an Esmeralda, he's gonna get dragged.
Oh man, look at that. Lutfi, of course, has more sustainability now. It's like a 1v2. Oh, off-cam kill there for Edward, by the way. They're taking a lot of pressure on the mid and taking out Light with them as well. Of course, Lutfi is going to be the sacrificial lamb for that, but it feels like it's very worth, especially for Onic.
Yeah, see, Onic is starting to at least find these little wins. These little wins across the map, they're starting to go ahead and shift the momentum, which they need to do. Again, when you lose in the jungle, you lose your jungler early on, I should say. You kind of have to go ahead and cover the other lanes, the other grounds here. They might actually potentially, if they can take the third turtle once it's up, that's the best thing for Onic, because right now Aurora Gaming is, especially with getting the first tier 1 turret down, maintaining a bit of a lead. Now, this lineup, like I said, for Onic is essentially still capable of getting that numbers advantage just by playing around Keyboy. And so, hovering around this mid lane, they want to go ahead and clear it. Light's going to go ahead and go for it. Oh, okay, he actually disengages. Thought he was going to drop the Glorious Pathway down, but this fight for the third turtle, half health.
They're actually holding on to ultimates very, very well, especially here for Aurora. They're having a lot of ultimates ready for the fight. They get the turtle and
Aduh, 3 turtle anjing. Oh, ini kenapa nih?
They kill very stocked Aurora Gaming PH. That's 1.8k gold lead for them, and they're not done yet. Nice, so I think they want to keep on.
Right, Light was in the perfect position. He was right there in that bush. Didn't even really need to do too much. It's just the presence of that Hylos again and having that revitalize you. The difficult part for Onic and their lineup is actually dealing with that. I mean, at some point, Keyboy on the Cho, whether he's able to get a pick off or not, if he gets stunned and stopped in his tracks, you know, he can get low pretty quickly, or he has to burn the flicker. Lutby as well, man. Lutby 0-3. Your Esmeralda usually is the one that's kind of, they would say, you know, Esmeralda's kind of unkillable. She's tough to deal with. But when you have this kind of crowd control offered with this lineup from Aurora Gaming, and then that follow through with the amount of damage early game that a Lancelot provides you to an extent too, in the way the Keyboy.
It's a free man knockup on the G Kundo. Actually, right close by is Sans. Gonna get lots of kills and some decent DPS, despite obviously the Harif being there. They're gonna push back. Edward gonna join the fight just a little bit. Looking at that quite low. I don't think Onic wants to go for this one, and they will not. So pickups happening here for Onic. But again, being traded almost instantly by Aurora that time.
It's always the difficult part about being a Cho player. You know, all the Cho players out there know what it's like. You gotta go in, you can do or set up your kick, and essentially you're kind of sacrificing yourself away, right? You want to go in and get that set up for your team, but you know that it's going to be very difficult to get away, especially if you use the flicker to initiate. But nonetheless, what Onic has been able to do here, Rockhart, is stay within grounds. Like, it's not anything too crazy of a lead that Aurora Gaming has over Onic, which puts them in a position that they can actually contest this Lord if they want to. Skylar is going to go ahead and get that turret down, picks up a Sky Piercer as well. So the scaling here on both sides of the gold laners are going to start to show. Sky Piercer 2 for Yue. There's the kick.
Okay, there you go. That's what you want to get started here. Light will use the Glorious Pathway to dig out. Edward misses on the Land Shaker, and actually that might force them to go back. Skylar, look at this guy. He's just going bananas. Throwing bullets left, right, and center, taking out Edward in the process. And now they're pushing Aurora Gaming back. They seem to be the ones who are in control of this Lord pick.
Yeah, they're going to go that. And meanwhile, exactly when he got the Sky Piercer, he gets a kill. So they have positioning here, but I think Aurora Gaming wants to go for this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Look at Demon Kite, though. 4 throws just to buy a little bit more time, but not going to be enough for him to go for the steal. Kyrie this time has massive control on that turtle, that Lord. And they're going to be able to get that one. Going to be great for taking down those turrets on mid and bottom. Get more golds into their pocket.
That is the quickest I feel like I've seen a Lancelot get zoned in on it and taken out. I mean, it was more so of an attempt to like just go for it for Demon Kite to see if he could potentially get in the position to try to retribution steal that away. But Onic played that really, really well. They knew that was going to happen, and they timed it greatly. So now with this, Lord's pushing up top. Onic will go ahead and continue to open up the map. They want to get this mid turret down. It's just a couple hits away, and Aurora Gaming are going to have to just give this one up as they prepare for the tier 2s. Keyboy giving the information that Demon Kite was getting his orange. Now putting the pressure for the purple. They'll take that away. Now let's see. Aurora Gaming with their backs against the wall in this defense for now. They still got the holy shields and everything else. Still going to be fine, but this is where we have to start to see that time that they've built up, and now that this favors for Onic, can Aurora Gaming get a team fight that they're looking for? So far, you see what's happening here, Rockhart. If Light is the one that gets kicked, it kind of messes things up a little bit. You know, you got to give props to Keyboy for being able to get that target acquisition down.
Yeah.
All they're going to get off this is some of those shield defenses being popped. The top one goes down. They still maintain the tier 2 turret in the mid. But again, for Keyboy, that's what is so admirable for the Chos, that are able to pull that off. They get the right targets. That kick alone changes that cadence of the fight, and that's why they were able to win that last one that did break out. And this is start to be an increasingly more of a problem, especially for the Grandeur. You start getting stacks. Aurora Gaming has to take that into consideration, you know, and just so the team fights that have been breaking out. Looking at the items too, even though Lutby had a difficult time in the early game, you know, 3 early deaths, he's essentially tanky enough in a way, especially now that he's got the oracles and the enchanted talisman and he's got the ice shield, that he can actually take some of the damage. Yeah, he's actually a lot tankier just off those items. And so that's something they have to watch out for. Aurora Gaming, though, they'll be able to clear this out. Light dropping down the Glorious Pathway once again defensively. But you're seeing what's happening here, Rockhart. They're just kind of cut off from the rest of the map.
That's true. I think that's a big point, right? Like, Light, despite being the tankiest member of Aurora Gaming, actually is not as tanky on his own as Light, right? Light needs that glorious pathway to regen HP. You need that revitalize. So that's all like slowly just regenerating your health. You're not really like built like a rock or anything, right? So if you can catch up, if you can stop the regen before it happens, the Hylos are surprisingly squishy.
What's your Hylos main? Or was?
Yes, I'm speaking from experience.
I was going to say, speaking.
That's exactly what I mean.
Top Philippines, Hylos at one point, right? I mean, I know you have a ton of experience with the Hylos, and that's exactly what we're seeing kind of happen here to Aurora Gaming. They are going to go ahead and get a position for this Lord, though. Again, broken walls, something always to consider in the team fights around here, but look at the poke. The poke of the Granger is what that advantage is in comparison to the Harith as well. You can go ahead and fire off some of these shots of the Destinata, keep them at bay. Again, that space for Skylar is so important here too. So they'll go ahead and reset the Lord. A glorious pathway drop down.
Oh, there you go. That's more proactive right now this time for Aurora Gaming, and now they're chasing Lutfi, which will be protected very well by Sans. That real-world manipulation. They're just knowing they can play around that, but look at Edward. He's trying to go for it. Great placing on Landshaker, but he will get taken out. Just not enough DPS right now for Aurora Gaming to make any difference in the team fights, except for Doming Kite. He is definitely the guy who is making it work, at least making it sure that Aurora can kind of do something in a team fight, but it is still just a massive amount of lead, a massive amount of control for Onic Indonesia.
They're still going to go for this rock card. They're trying to get an opening here. Oh, they tried. Doming Kite was swinging around. The Kite brothers were trying to make something happen. Because again, that last team fight, man, this is some of the most, again, this is some of the highest level of MLB, right? You saw how many battle spells were used, the flickers to avoid Edward, for example, when he went in with the Landshaker to get that stun off. If he would have gotten the stun off with the Landshaker, then it would have been a completely different team fight. But because of, again, great usage, great timing from Onic to avoid that, then they reinitiated after taking out Light, gives them that advantage. So a whole lot of resources used up. The Lord's going to charge into this top base turret. We'll see. It is going to clear out rather quickly, though, because once again, these lineups are so balanced across the board for this game one. And you're seeing that. So Onic, they'll have to go ahead and decide, can we go ahead and get a base turret down? They still have these waves to deal with, but at best, they might get one base turret. RWM drop down.
Well, that's if they can actually win this team fight, but still look like they're going to be able to take out Sans. Aurora Gaming definitely going to do great with that -1, but look at Lutfi. He's diving in on the middle of that pack and doing some decent damage, pushing back Aurora Gaming. I mean, they look like they had some momentum, but again, a great pushback from that Esmeralda.
Yeah, it's actually pretty impressive, though. Aurora Gaming holding on with that push. It doesn't really matter that they're down 4,000 gold. Like, that's what I'm saying with these lineups. It's more so of a chess game when it comes to these team fights and that execution factor. You know, even with that lead that Onic has, it's not so easy for them to actually strong arm Aurora Gaming Philippines with this. Edward does he just recently picked up a Chastised Pauldron. That item actually does really well against certain marksmen. You can see this too, even defensively. Light, he's dealt with this all game, man. But finally, you know, he's got 3 core defensive items locked in: the Dom, Ice, Anti-Terasa, Radiant Armor here too, to kind of help with the amount of damage that's coming out from Sans. You saw it from the last fight. He's already got his Divine Glaive too. So I'm assuming he's still going to be going even more magic damage here too on this Eve. I don't know if he wants to even get any defensiveness for Sans just yet, because he hasn't really dealt with that pressure. Like, he's just kind of relying on the flicker, and he's pumping out the damage. Meanwhile, Skylar is as well. Fighting into the real world manipulation is the best thing that Onic has right now for them, and it's allowing that space to be there. So it's a chess match, you know, and 20 seconds for this Lord to come up. Aurora Gaming, they'll most likely contest it. They will not let any of this just go by. This is a little bit more difficult, once again, for Onic. The tankier Light gets, and Edward, it doesn't have to all just fall onto Light's hands now. Like, Edward can be the one to go ahead and kind of start these fights up like we saw him previously. And you never know, if he goes and gets in that stun and that lands this time, that might change that course of the fight. Immortality being picked up here by Keyboy too. Once again, giving a little bit of that extra time that he might need to escape after setting up the Way of the Dragon, the kick. So this positioning is super important here. Neither team's probably going to fully commit to this unless they catch someone out. A beacon used, though, from Yue. So that not being available actually is very helpful for Onic. But the Lord evolves now at the 18-minute mark. So a little difficult, a little difficult to take.
So you're absolutely right. Again, it's all about whether or not Aurora can actually tank the real world. And as time is progressing, they actually might be able to. But here comes that big fight we're talking about. They're diving straight into the backline, and that's going to be the jungler for Aurora Gaming removed already. And now it's a 4v5, and they are going to have to run, make a run for the hills if they want to survive. And they're going to be able to take out Luffy, but looks like all that's going to be left on the field is going to be Dominkai. It's 1v3. It's only a Harif. What are you going to do? You got a big wave in the middle, and I think that's exactly what Onic is just going to capitalize. No need to go for the Lord this time around. 24 seconds on the death time is up earliest. That feels like game.
Onic winning that fight around the real world manipulation. Exactly what I was talking about would be the hard thing for Aurora Gaming Philippines to get through. Skylar had all of the space in the world to fire off from the back lines, and they collapsed on Aurora Gaming Philippines. They knew the time was coming, so Aurora just kind of decided, you know what, we maybe we go for the attempt. And even the Lancelot for Demon Kair just wasn't enough to be able to survive this. You know, it was just a hard-fought victory, though, for Onic. Again, they had to go ahead and get themselves back into this game after Kyrie went down early on, and they held on. They worked as a team. Like, the synergy was amazing here. So let's go ahead and throw this over back to the panel to break down our game one.
Everyone, game one is in the books, and it is Onic and Danisha who strike first and take the 1-0 lead here at Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025. Strong start, sharp execution, and a clear message sent early in this series. This is a statement from Onic.
To be honest, Onic, they surprised us, and they said it's easy to play against us, but in the late game, we will show you another face. Because Onic, they know how to deal in the late game, mid game, and they let the tempo become slaves for them, for their team, and to grab all their strength and put it in one hand and directly to the base and directly to the team Aurora Gaming.
That's right. They showed confidence from the draft, clarity in their rotations. They didn't rush. This wasn't messy. It was calculated for them.
Yes, that is very true. Actually, I'm kind of quite impressed actually from Ranger and YSS, because I would say they were the ones who had amazing rotation, amazing positioning. As me, and of course as a main marksman, I learned a lot from both of them, because they are the ones who were dishing out a lot of damage. Their team was supporting them with being super tanky. Eve was actually, Sans was wonderful with Eve. As you can see from the scores, you know, Onic dominated most of the game, but as for Aurora, they actually got all three turtles. Onic didn't care about that at all. The final fight, the final wipeout, they baited them into a Lord fight, but they didn't. Onic didn't want the Lord. They wanted to actually wipe them out, and they succeeded in that.
Yes, now the question is, who came up on top of it? It was a team fight, yes, but someone played really well to make Onic secure the game one.
During the map control, Onic controls little bit of objectives, but they sacrificed the 3 turtles, but in the end they secured 2 lords, and that's the way to finish the game. Because Aurora Gaming, they tried to map controls in the first game, like for the early, but Onic tries to give them the objectives, and we will focus on another side, like the hidden side, and like the side you are you're not seeing.
Of course, and the MVP, as we saw, was actually Sans, who was playing with Eve. 4 kills, 1 death, and 8 assists Amazing performance from Sands and amazing performance from both of Onic and Aurora Gaming PH.
Now, how is Aurora gonna respond right now? As we all know, Aurora, they never go down without a fight. You know, this loss, it will just make them more powerful. I know they will do a comeback.
For Aurora Gaming, they need to grab all the papers because we remember yesterday, Aurora Gaming PH was, for their games, it was a little bit easy for the opponent, but they are coming from the hard way. Like against Onic, it's a little bit hard, but some of teams are testing.
Yeah.
We are saying, I will test and I will see, because in the semifinals, it's better to test than they say sorry.
Definitely, definitely. I believe actually Aurora Gaming PH won't go down easily, and they would actually. I'm expecting a comeback from them on the second match. I don't think this is going to be a clean sweep, to be honest.
I know, we've seen this many times before. I mean, a strong start doesn't mean that the game is over.
Yeah.
We've seen it many times.
To be honest, Onic. We will little bit. I have a sense of clean sweep, but Aurora Gaming, they have some.
You have high hopes.
They will not they will not let it go for clean sweep.
Keep your hopes high, but let's see if you actually succeed this time.
Yes, we
Yeah.
will
There
be
is a
seeing
lot
it.
of hopes.
Yeah.
We will be seeing it in game 2. No worries. Okay, we'll be coming up for a short break, and when we come back, it's draft for game 2.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Oh, bagus. Oh, oh. Skylar! Skylar! Legend quit from Skylar. Skylar! This is Skylar! Better you do home, but rather than
has officially arrived. Onic Indonesia hold the 1-0 lead in this series. One more win and they have their ticket straight to the grand finals. But standing in their way, of course, we have Aurora Gaming PH. This is the response moment. This is where legacies are tested. Okay, let's go straight to the desk.
Let's go,
Balik
Tanks.
already started.
Ben apa? Ben Gerok.
Yep.
Ben apa lagi?
As the
Sob?
first picks, Fanny, Yusin Shin, target bands, like two junglers.
Yeah,
The
two
Urbanic,
target bands.
But Onic, they have another thing. Grok, removed.
Sudah
And
kena.
the other one.
Zushin, yes. Zushin is actually banned, two target bans from Aurora and two meta bans from Onic. This is going to be very interesting. Who are we going to see Kairi play with? Is he gonna... Are they gonna keep Basha open? Because I can see Basha is still open actually. And Yu Zong is banned right now. And the last ban from Onic might be another fighter or a Roma.
Zushin out. Yusin. Still Basha open. Still Asset open. You have Guinevere, Harith. There is a lot of things open, but until now, for the first phase of the bans,
Among the planes exists.
Actually expected Eve as a ban because then Lancelot is open right
Wait,
now
masih kak?
and Basha is open right now. Who is Aurora going to pick?
Oh, Signifikan dibuang.
That is the
Oke.
question right now because these two junglers are top meta junglers. They are stuck in a situation right now, Aurora, because they need to sacrifice one of the picks.
until now, they sacrificed Eve pick for Onic. Like Onic, they ban Eve, but I think they will go for another one. They have Lunux, they have Farsa. It's still open.
Yeah, but still, now we're in the pick phase, so they picked Lancelot. So they are actually, actually Onic might go for Basha, or they might surprise us with a new jungler pick.
Basha open. Still, see, if Basha open, I think Aurora they have an answer because they let it open and they are comfortable to play against him. Like if they pick it, we have a secret pick, we have a pocket pick. No one will predict it.
We will see about that actually. So we're waiting for Skylar and Keyboard right now to go for their picks. Not necessarily going to pick a jungle right now. They might keep it for the third pick. And they went for Kimmy as a mid laner. And of course, Basha. They just went for Basha immediately. Didn't care about getting countered. They said, we're going to take it anyways. I know we'll do great with Basha. But on the other hand, we might see a Farsa and a Lapu Lapu in the second and third pick for Team Aurora. Or do they have another saying in that case?
Picking Farsa and Lapu Lapu with Lancelot, it's recommended for Team Aurora. To win, but let's say, but for Team Onic, picking Kimmy and Basha and Esmeralda for 3 picks. Like it's a reply to Esmeralda versus Lapu Lapu and Basha as a jungler versus Lancelot. And for Farsa, I need to see because using a band and they picked Farsa for it. It's perfect for them, and Eve it's banned, but They played just last game with Onic.
Yeah.
They banned Eve.
Yes, that is very true. Right now we are in the second ban phase. We still have lots of heroes that might get banned, like Gatotkacha, like Ruby, like Xborg. We have Harith also open as a gold laner because none of the teams picked a gold laner yet. They went for a carry. That means they might actually go for kind of a tanky team, mostly a tanky team. Or they might be tricking them, giving them an idea that they're going tanky, but they will go for burst damage. We are waiting for that. Wow, a Helcurt ban. This is the first time we see Helcurt getting banned.
This is target ban.
This is a target ban for sure. They felt like Kyrie might actually... no, actually it's not, because I would say Helcurt is mostly used as a jungler. So I'm surprised, why did they go for Helcurt? Did actually Onic think of going for for example, a gold laner Helcurt or a roamer Helcurt? I doubt it, but you know, of course Aurora understands this more than I do, than both of us, you know, so they've done their homework, they know who might they go for. But in the last ban phase, we're waiting for the last ban from Kyrie. He went for Moskov. Maybe that's why actually they went for a Helcurt ban, because they wanted to go for Moskov, and Onic understood that trick, so they banned him in the process as well. So they won't give a chance to Aurora to go for Moskov. Very smart. But still, we have actually Claude and we have Harith in the gold lane. So will Light from Aurora ban any of these two, or will he go for a different ban? We will see.
I want to see Harith in the game as last game. Also, Khalid is open. But as a Moskov, it's getting banned. Aurora have a less chance, but still, I want to see from Cloyd is it's banned, the last ban for the blue side. For the red side, I want to see Sans and Carry, because they bind Carry, and they will go for a tanky build, a tanky team, and Aurora they will have the counter for this. They are ready to it.
We might actually see a Terasa in that game. We might see a physical damage hero, because you know it won't make any sense for Onic to go for a Harith pick, because that's 4 magical damage, and that's a lot of magical damage for a single team. I don't think they're gonna do that. They're gonna go for a physical hero. Ranger is such a great pick, of course, for a gold laner. We are still waiting for a roamer. It might be. Who do you think might be a roamer? Chow? Did we go for the easy Chow?
Yeah. Chow as a roamer in the tanky build. It's really good. Chow.
They actually Aurora.
Chow as a roamer.
Yeah, actually Aurora took Chow. I thought Onic would go for them, but I think Aurora might actually go for Chow, or they might go for another gold
Chow
laner.
and CC. Let's see.
That is very interesting, actually. That is very, very, very interesting.
For Aurora until now, if they pick CC and Chow,
that would be great. Yeah, that would be great.
And hovering on Chow, still thinking, oh,
okay. They went for it.
Now they completed of the puzzle.
Yeah.
And I like Lancelot and Chow, CC, Lapu Lapu, Farsa, as Kalia, Onic. Wow.
See,
what do you think?
Oh wow.
For Onic draft.
Onic draft is very amazing. I mean, I would say mid to high damage output. For Aurora, they have more burst damage. They have more sustainability as well. This is not going to be an easy game for both.
It's a close draft for both.
It's a high skill game actually for both teams. It's going to be a very, very, very high skill game for both teams. Any mistake is not going to be forgivable.
I want to see Aurora how they will focus on their macros more.
We will see. We'll see about that.
All right, the tension is rising here, and the series could be decided right here, right now. Let's send it over to our casters to bring you Game 2 of Onic Indonesia versus Aurora Gaming PH. This could be the game that sends us to the grand finals. Casters, take it away.
Thank you again, panel, for breaking it down. Here we are, game 2. And this time around, we're going to find out if they can even out the series here for Aurora Gaming Philippines to get to a game 3. Honestly, rock hard, that's how we want it. You know, we want these semifinal matches to go the distance. They've got the lineup to be able to do it. I feel like there were some good adjustments here for Aurora. One being the fact that, you know, they went with their own pickoff potential. That could potentially snowball them into the right direction. Demon Kite really struggled in the previous game on the Lancelot. Now this time he's up against a utility jungler. We do still see that occasionally, right? Assassin versus utility. And sometimes the assassin gets the upper hand. Sometimes it's the utility based around this kind of holistic composition that Onic brought. So we'll see if Aurora can actually make some early advantage by potentially getting a first blood.
Please.
That's true, because it is going to be double marksman basically versus double fighter, right? So this is something that...
Do something like that, man. Like that.
So difficult for these double fighters to perform. So those are things I'm actually looking forward to this matchup. But you're absolutely right.
Like that.
So much is just up in the air for this game. And again, Aurora Gaming has that little bit of an early advantage, maybe, but it's not much.
Yeah, not much to deal with. Part of it, though, is like this lineup, you know, for the most part, yes, it's Edward on the Lapu Lapu again, so Demon Kite on the Lancelot. Even if they run it back for some of these heroes, it's more so just getting that upper hand. You have to give it up to Onic in the last game. They were just really good at the team fighting, really good at finding the right moments to avoid that setup potential, even from Edward on the Lapu Lapu. We always know that when the Lapu Lapu is secured for a team, not only does he do a lot of damage, he can tank up quite a bit, but the stuns with the Landshaker are so good, just like this.
Yeah, great stuns. And there you go, Kyrie with the first turtle of the game. Edward, the dead out of harm's way, and because of that, this is going to be another turtle. That's going to be turret rather. That's going to be so hard to defend against. Now, of course, there has to be something to give for Aurora. Skylar, maybe absorbing some of Dominkite's hits, buying some time for Kyrie to get back into the fight here alongside Kiboy. That aggression of this duo, this Kalea and this Baksha, so nasty.
Kiboy is so locked into the series. There's the kick, though.
Nice kick from Liat. Obviously going to get some kills back, and that is Hans. So Sans going down is going to be so massive here for Aurora Gaming, and slowing down that Kimmy. That Kimmy felt like it was actually starting to like steamroller them, man.
Yeah, it's a problem they have to deal with, but nonetheless, right now it's just, Onic is just winning off Keyboy's Kalea. For the most part, it's all been the Tsunami Slam, so now Light's got to go ahead and fill that in. He's done as well. He's got actually a couple kills on this, but it's more so the way they're moving around the map. There's got to be an answer for this, especially as they set up around this next turtle coming up in a couple seconds here. You're seeing it. Demon Kite's going to get spotted out. He's actually having a difficult time this game, just like in game 1. Really getting pressured on his jungle, potentially to try to force him to use a retribution on the purple buff, so he doesn't have it for the turtle, but still he'll be able to secure this just fine. Onic waits in positioning. Again, same thing. Ludwig giving information, Keyboy waiting for that Tsunami Slam. So we'll see how Aurora approaches this. This 3,000 gold difference might play a part into this fight, but turtle secured.
Yeah, huge, tricky turtle there, getting secured there by Onic. There goes that team fight. Light not going to be long for that world. Cannot really sustain Skylar's Granger right now. Was just doing insane amounts of damage, even on Edward. That's a double kill for the gold laner of Onic. And not to mention, they also got that turtle. Demon Kite now going to be struggling to even get the jungle camps on his side.
Let's see if he gets this orange. He should be able to retreat. Oh, he doesn't get it. Unfortunately, yeah, he doesn't get it, and it's looking even more grim now for Aurora Gaming Philippines here. The way this game is going, 3 turtles now in the hands of Onic, 5,000 up in terms of gold. They have a clear shot at taking the first Lord as well, unless somehow, some way, Aurora finds a way to crawl back into this game. But look at the pressure from Onic. They won't let up on this. And it's, you know, it's a stark difference, at least for the Esmeralda this time, when you see the Esmeralda struggle, but when you see it shine like this and you're able to go ahead, you know, you're deathless, you provide information, a Tsunami Slam again.
Oh man, that's a huge Tsunami Slam here, of course. Yue gonna be able to at least answer with the Feather Airstrike. That front line is starting to demolish and diminish on its health. That's Kiboy going down though. Demonkai's doing some really good mechanics, but the rest of Onic are still inside the front lines. They're not really going back quite yet, but it is gonna be -1. Kiboy's aggression removed from the map might leave an opening for Aurora to make something happen here.
That pickoff is great. At least they get a kill. You know, it was a fight that was started off the Tsunami Slam. One of the first steps that Aurora needs to get back into the game. But even looking at the itemization here, there's quite a bit of difference, right? Even the gold lane right now, obviously the CC is going to scale up a lot slower than the Stranger with given the way the game's gone. But, you know, you Sky Pierce, Malefic Aurora, Hunter Strike already. That's why Skylar's popping off on the damage. He's got the 4 kills. If he continues to stack up the Sky Piercer, it's going to be devastating in these later fights. And so for Aurora, as this Lord is up, they have to make a decision. Do we actually contest this? This is one of the difficult things, too, in that matchup of Assassin versus Utility, right? The Baksha, obviously tankier. You rely on the rest of your team to kind of, again, give you that information. You can always pull off a steal, though. That's one of the things about the Assassins, right? Especially the Lancelot. There's always potential for that. So even with Onyx lead, they'll respect it and just kind of take their time with this. There's no rush for them. But Aurora, they're the ones with a hard decision. Do we actually go for this? It's blitz down now.
Yeah, that's a huge blitz. Obviously, Onic is just going to be so far ahead of the curve here. Lapu-Lapu up on front. Edward can't really sustain against that lineup. Now, normally, you would be able to at least get some HP back, but Onyx just stopping that from happening. Obviously, with their superiority in terms of items. So, right now, it's just Aurora getting pushed back over and over again. I mean, like, the only thing I was thinking about for Onic is at least both Kyrie and Demonkite were level 12 while that Lord was happening. But now that's not going to be the case here. We got Lord walking up on top, and I expect Onic to wait for this fully 100%, wait for it before they fight.
I'm surprised here, Rockhard, that Aurora decided to go ahead and stay around there because it just seemed like, and maybe it was potentially they just didn't have the information, but seemed disconnected even in that approach to that Lord or deciding on what they wanted to do. They're going to go for this kick.
Oh, yeah, 100% gonna go for it. Better stun here coming in from Edward, but again, once more, just evaporating forth. He can even hit the final blow of that one. And now Kyrie's up on front. Skylar is just going on like a shooting range here or something, because he's just having so much fun on that Granger. Again, there is a Lord on top side. Edwards and Light are down for 15 seconds. That might be a turret or two going down for Onic here. For Aurora here.
So far, massive game for Skylar. On this Granger, 7-0-1, untouchable. Stacks on stacks right now for the Sky Piercer 2. This Lord will finally go down, but Onyx's job is just to get these base turrets out of Aurora. We'll see if they're able to get another one, but right now with a massive lead, 10,000 ahead, do they force a fight or just take the discipline route? It looks like they'll go ahead and do just that. Potentially getting the mid turret. The traction pulse is thrown out.
Yep. There you go. One more time. They're going to try to go for it again. Aurora being very proactive here on the front line, though. They're absorbing Sans and Skylar's damage, and it's just too much. There's just so much damage here without anything to actually catch it on the front line. And there you go. That's 2 inhibitor turrets going down for Aurora Gaming here again, holding on for dear life.
They've been choked out from the resources here, basically here, Rockhart. Now they're going to make a play here in the mid, going for this last base turret. They'll get just that. But with Dominkite coming back up, it looks like they're just going to go ahead and get back here. Lutby has been a nuisance this whole time. He has been the scout for Onic, giving all the information that they need on how they approach these fights. Again, this is what Esmeralda does so well. And, you know, in this case, I don't know, Rockhart, it just seems like the lineup, the composition for Aurora just isn't serving that purpose that they wanted to. Even so, you know, Dominkite picks up a brute force. You're seeing how fast they're getting just taken down. I mean, these team fights, if it's a pick-off, it's a pick-off for Onic, essentially. At one point, or at what point does Aurora Gaming get back into a fighting form? They're going to have to forfeit this Lord over to Onic and then just get ready for this defense. Now, the only shining hope in this lineup that they have right now is the defense capability, because you've got a Farsa. But as soon as you use that Feather Airstrike to kind of deal with some of that push, and of course the Lancelot to an extent, then other than that, you don't have that much else, right? You've kind of got to utilize the kits, and that's for Edward and to an extent Light and Dominkite to clear out these waves and manage them. But it's so difficult once the Feathered Airstrike is gone. So this is so crucial for UA to really get the most value out of this, and that's why they're trying to manage these waves. The Lord is making its way in the base, and Attraction Pulse thrown out.
Yeah, throwing it out there, and there's just not much the front line here. Gonna go in for the back line. Light is hunting down Skylar, but with that Purify will not be able to actually make a mark. Just a few more hits. That might be it. Onic are gonna be the ones on top here, and gonna be beating out Aurora Gaming PH 2-0.
You can see Kyrie excited about that one. A let's go after they win it. Onic just looking so good here. I mean, this was probably some of the cleanest that we've seen them play, at least here for the Games of the Future. And it was just very one-sided. This one was completely their game, their control. Skylar unstoppable, man. Unkillable. Stacks on stacks on the Sky Piercer. And it's just, you know, it's tough to see for Aurora Gaming Philippines. There was really not many opportunities for them to get back into that game, and that could have been a combination of the composition they had, but it just seemed like there was some disconnection there, you know, as a whole. So that's going to be it for them in the Games of Future, though. Aurora Gaming, we won't have an Aurora versus Aurora Grand Finals, but they still will have their third place decider match that we'll be having tomorrow before the Grand Finals. But as you see, Onic going over the sportsmanship. We're going to be throwing it over on stage to hear from Onic Esports from Indonesia. Once again, amazing match. That's it for us. Let's go ahead and throw it on stage.
2025 Abu Dhabi. One more time. Give it up to your winning team, Onic. Wow. You guys have put on. Come on, Kyrie. Come on. Kyrie is definitely a fan favorite. Everybody loves you over here in Abu Dhabi. How do you feel like, you know, traveling overseas to come to Abu Dhabi and knowing that you have fans over here, Kyrie?
I feel so grateful that a lot of Filipinos here in Abu Dhabi is fans of me. And yeah, it just feels nice.
Listen, and this is not just a question for you, a question for everybody. Did you guys know or expect that you're going to come out of this match with a clean 2-0 win?
You can ask Kyler.
Did you expect that you guys are going to take on 2 back-to-back wins?
No, I think we just lucky.
Just lucky. All right, now listen, since I have you right here, what's the plan now? Tomorrow is the big final. You guys are no strangers to final. What can we expect from you guys? What's the plan now for the finals? You can answer in Filipino. It's fine. You have a lot of Filipino fans here.
No, I'm from Indonesia.
Oh, okay. In your language.
Mungkin persiapan kita untuk besok yang lawan Aurora Turki, kita bakal kasih yang terbaik dan semoga ya kita menangkan juga lah besok di Grand Final.
Amazing. Well, listen, I'm not going to keep you guys here for too long. Once again, give it up to your winning team, Onic! Good luck, guys. We'll see you tomorrow, the finals of the Mlbb tournaments. Good luck.
All right, everyone, it's done with a clean 2-0. Onic Indonesia take the win and officially secure their spot in the grand finals. No hesitation, no second chances needed. Onic showed control, confidence, and championship level execution from start to finish. Soldier,
To be honest, Onic, we was expecting clean sweep for Onic, me and Adam, but I was waiting for this moment for Onic to do the clean sweep as usual in the major tournaments. Sometimes with the big teams, also there is a clean sweep. So imagine here in the Abu Dhabi, and there is clean sweep, the first clean sweep in the semifinals.
Yes, actually, that's quite amazing. Actually, total domination from Onic Indonesia from the start to the end of the game. They actually told Aurora or showed Aurora Gaming PH that we are here to win. It was beautiful performance from Onic, to be honest. They got the kills in the beginning. They got the control in the, until the mid game. They were controlling the map, entirely controlling the map. They were choking, actually, Aurora Gaming, badly choking them in the map. And yeah, they couldn't just, Aurora Gaming, they tried a couple of times to get out, to actually show their dominance, but it was too hard for them to do that.
I know both of you predicted it, but now I feel very bad because now Philippines is out,
But
it's very...
Kari is still there.
Yeah, my heart is still there.
Yeah, Kari is still there, so,
okay.
So yeah, that's good.
Yeah, looking at the numbers right now, it's obvious that Onic dominated that game. They did it very clean.
Clearly, 13,000 difference of gold, 9 towers destroyed to 0, 2-0, 3-0 in Turtles and Lords. Total dominance from Onic. Did not expect that. We were hoping for this, but we did not expect it to be this fast. The game ended actually in 13 minutes and 49 seconds. We expected at least like a minimum 20 seconds, versus Aurora, but it ended so fast.
That's right. I was expecting for Aurora to respond.
Yeah.
To be honest, from the statistics,
What
it's one-sided because the goal difference, the turrets, the objectives for the Turtle and Lord, like all of the objectives in Onic side and Onic hand. So they know how to control the map. They took the early advantage, the early momentum, and they know how to do the synergetic clean sweep. So for the team Onic, they are well organized during the team fights, how to structure the team fights, and sometimes how to initiate and disengage the team fights. Like they are avoiding the unnecessary fights, and they are not scared for forcing the team fights.
Yeah, on the it looks like prove this wrong. On the paper, it looked like Skylar will be the MVP.
Yeah, actually, we thought it was going to be Skylar with Granger, but it's actually Keyboy with Kalea, which is actually understandable as well because he had 0 kills, 1 death, and only and 12 assists. And of course, Kalea played a huge part protecting Skylar with Granger. In fact, there were a couple of fights that I noticed that. Chow, Liat, who was playing with Chow, was trying to get to Granger.
Aku mau farming COC dulu ya, bro ya. Males banget. Ada farming. Udahlah, tanggung dah. Kalian. Farming COC guys ya. Farming COC gue ya bro ya. Udahan guys. Onic menang guys. Onic menang cuy. Haters gak tidur ini ya. Tidur gak nyenyak ya bro ya. Yang vote Onic menang 100%. Thank you guys. Terima kasih yang udah dukung Onic ya bro ya. Apalagi especially for Skylar guys. Tuh guys. Gua lanjut farming COC dulu ya bro ya. Especially for Skylar cuy ya. Especially for Skylar. Thanks. Apapun yang Skylar, thank you banget dah. Seneng banget anjing. Oke, senang aja gitu. Kita banyak yang nunggu jatuh. Ya, ente haters Skylar juga ya cuy ya. Haters Skylar sih ente. Ini. Pas. 37.000 dari mana, Ge? Darinya. Banget ya Allah. Oh. There. Coba dipikirkan secara logika.
Gimana caranya? Coba dipikirkan secara logika, ayo.
Juri pandang. Acara logika. Ayo. Curi. Kemana? Mana builder gua? Kaki lo. Lo. Nih. pakai Jian guys, pakai Jian. Aduh. Ini. Tapi ngulu hama ini cocok. Tapi ngulu sih ini. Udah siap. Dua jam lagi. 7 jam lagi. Ini dari mana duitnya? Terus gue beli. Anjing kau memang. Farming goblok, farming sampai goblok. cari lagi nih. Sekali up-nya juga. Oh, sekali up juga. Oh. Allah, masih Allah. Sekali up-nya juga babi banget ya. Halo, 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 halo Ji, halo Ji. Siap Ji, aman Ji. Makasih banget lo ya, gua lagi stres malah nonton gua ya. Astagfirullahaladzim. Ya Allah, ini. Tahu gak guys, ini plot twist guys. Gue sebenarnya pengen up balon. Ya, gue sebenarnya pengen up balon guys. Cuman at the same time guys, ya, gue kasih tahu cuy. At the same time, gue lihat Valkyrie gue bisa up. Jadinya DA gue jadi 6.000. Anjing emang Cok. Ini harusnya gue up balon cuy. Oh, harus ada starnya cuy. Starnya guys. Ulala. 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 Guys. Ulala. Cair.
La vida es un carrusel.
ML kapan semifinal bang? Apa udah final? Udah grand final Ji. Malah udah grand final Ji. Sama besok perebutan juara 3. Onic udah ke grand final. Onic udah ke grand final Ji. Onic udah ke grand final. Mas Agi. Goblok. Tolol anjing invisible-nya. Sampai juga dong. Nice. 11.000. Hai. Akhirnya setelah sekian lama kalian buka lubang. Oke, Kwarji, lu udah lihat belum? Yang gua chat di COC. Lu udah lihat belum? Lu tiap lu komen, gua berak. Lu tiap lu komen, gua tidur. Jadi kesannya gua kayak sombong anjing. Kayak anjing nih, ini streamer kecil gak mau nyaut gua. Babi.
Gimana caranya? Coba dipikirkan secara logika.
Ini seakan-akan gue gak mau nyawa lu, padahal gue lagi berak. Orang aja gue kayak cuekin orang aja, bukan banget ya guys. Guys, itu buat dia guys ya, gue tahu ya, komen berak ya, kita karena dia respon dia, dia gak marah aja, mampir dia cok, makasih banget lo udah ngerti lo ya. Aman bang, udah lihat kok, aman ya. Anjing. Ji, lu bayangin aja Ji ya, gua lagi berak Ji, dia komen cok. Lihat. Komen, mampus ini gua dah. Kira sombong gua ada babi. Gimana ya, sampai 2 kali Ji, gua gak respon dia Ji, sumpah. Sampai 2 kali gua gak respon dia, lu bayangin aja anjir. Dalam hati. Aduh, mana ini? Orang mampir lagi gak ya? Kalau gua gak respon gara-gara gua kayak ini, mampus gua jiwa. Yang nonton 7 orang. Gua ngiranya lu ketiduran. Benar. Gua ketiduran benar. Gua tidur. Yang satu kali tidur. Yang kedua kali gua berak. 7 orang yang nonton. Thank you ya. Thank you guys. Terima kasih kepadamu Bapak Jokowi nih tuh. Makan tuh ya 7 orang.
Terima kasih Pak Jokowi.
Tuh, buat 7 orang bro ya. Mana ya? Kapan selesai nih bro ya? Ya solo itu lagi. Aduh. Udah muncul cok di FP gua aja tuh pria solo itu cok. Udah muncul guys. Nah gua nonton Mas Dean terus dia rekomen. Ya solo itu lagi cok. Berarti si buat ini juga pure Mas Dean, ya kan? Pure Mas Dean berarti. Terima kasih Pak Jokowi. Oh, udah kelar bikinnya. Makasih banget ya Ji ya. Udah kelar ya. Gua lagi stres nih Ji. Mobile Legend gua mau kompe ya kan. Ini mau gua urus ya kan. Jadinya pusing gua anjir. Nih pet gua belum Ji. Nih. Wah. Gua ketok aja lah. Gua belum login coy malas. Baru selesai push ML ya kan. Tuh sama cok. Sama gua push ML nih bang. Nih gua push ML juga nih. Tuh lihat. Lihat gua push ML guys. Nih. Nih. Tuh. Win rate 73% cok. Lihat gak? Kompe gua bang. Kill. Kalian aja nih farming nih anjing. 2 akun don, tinggal 2 akun lagi. Kompe guys. Nyari kompe. Gua main Florin doang nih PTW ya bro ya. Main Florin gua. Main Florin doang PTW bro ya. PTW gua main Florin doang guys. YI ya. YI gua aja main Florin. Menuju Florin Global, let's go. Florin Global. Besok kita malam streaming. Habis streaming kita kelarin clan games ya bro ya. Terima kasih Pak. Ya kompe gua sih. Gua pasti salah hati bro. Kalau timnya enak. Karena gue bermain Florin. Di Florin gua nih. Florin gua nih. Mana Florin gua? Florin gua 83% cuy. Let's go. 83% Florin gua. Florin gua guys, 83% guys. Mudah-mudahan season ini tembus 200 bintang ya bro ya. Let's go 200 bintang. Lawannya Simo, sekarang gue es Glory. Pas angin. Kipas angin. Ya sabar dah kipas angin. Ya, sabar. Kita alarm lagi. Menuju 200 bintang, let's go guys. Let's go. Florin gua cuy, 80%, WS 9. Ngeri wih Florinnya, yoi. Florin gua bisa gendong-gendong lah, lumayan lah ya. Main lah, Florin gua bisa gendong-gendong lah ya, ser ya. Main gua cuy, main core tuh kayak apa ya? Ada gerakan tambahan, ada kalah. Itu tadi gitu ke kambek mulu males anjing. Kalau gua main Florin gua nyari core ya kan. Tadi ajak kerja sama 2 orang doang. Gua sama Florin sama core-nya doang. Gua doang bisa gendong orang guys. Ya gua main Florin tiganya cacat pun bisa gendong kita bro ya. Jadi kenapa gue main Florin itu karena bisa healnya deres. Pertama healnya deres. Kedua kalau ada gitu ya kan, kayak punya apa bisa super ya kan. Apalagi ya, contoh musuh burst apa lagi contohnya kayak Parsa lah gitu-gitulah ya kan. Parsa lah Celo dan Celo ya kan. Kayak gitu-gitu kayak Bisa burst. Ya Busa kan burst kan itu kan kayak hero biru ya kan, nah kayak gitu-gitu cuy, makanya gue main Florin. Habis main CML terus PUBG terus COC lagi. Jadi berarti lu kayak bukan ini cuy, bukan orang-orang kompe lu Ji berarti. Gue main god lane aneh. Bet kalau junglernya oleng gue bisa gendong. Sedangkan kalau junglernya gak oleng, gue yang oleng. Kocak. Kocak. Kocak benih buat ini ya bos ya. Agak bodoh. Kenapa malah yang satu oleh? Agak kenapa gak bisa konsisten? Terima kasih Tuhan, back elixir gua sudah 100.000, 300.000 lagi, let's go. 300.000 lagi guys, let's go. Makanya itu hard. Sebenarnya gini Gorteji, kalau lu mindset main core ya, apalagi god lane ya, farming sebanyak mungkin, cari item sebanyak mungkin, join war sebanyak mungkin. Misalnya bisa bantu, enggak, gitu aja udah mindsetnya, main lu god lane. Bisa bantu war, gas, enggak, mundur. Kayak gitu aja mindset god lane sebenarnya ya, gampang aja cok. Gampang aja sob ya, god lane itu. Kalau kalah laning ya udah cari lane lain. Kalau kalah lane ya udah ini saya main item pakai alpha 640 pets, win rate 76%. Kenapa? Tinggi banget. Kenapa Jigo tinggi banget Ji? Wah ini 140 max. Total hero gua aja kan sebanyak itu Ji. Nah, Jilong kalah itu alpha. Jilong sekarang oke. Main-main. Apa yang main-main? War tadi ya, gua tadi war ya. 1/4 menang cok Jilong ya. Gua BF Florin. Orang itu guys. Nice. Farming lagi. Farming lagi. Farming lagi. Farming lagi. Farming lagi. Nah. Enggak, oke. Kita lambat. Sama siapa aja, Ben? Sama siapa, Ben? Kita main. Apa mau nyari party, Ben? Main, ayo, main. Gas, gaskan. Mana online ya baik cakap kau anjing. Orang hana ingin tampil, sorry tampil. Na na na. Kasih banget tuh. Mana ban telepon gua ban farming kita ini lah main mapping. Florin Hama izin tampil bos. Florin Hama tampil. La 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 la. Ya Hama. Anjing. Pulang deh. Kita tunggu Filbert lah cok, lagi OTW pulang deh si Pepe itu. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's love. Itu. Apa itu man?
Alamak najisnya.
Apa itu man? Loh. Anjing Gilbert. Pulang kayak Gilbert pulang kayak coy ya. Oke, kita compare bersama Filbert, guys. Apa, bro? Orang nonton. What the fuck? Real? Dua orang guys yang nonton guys. Is it real? Pernah nonton gua hanya farming kopi sama itu. Makasih ya. Pernah nonton ya. Thank you bang. Ya nonton bang. Tadi emangnya gua emang dari stream bang. Karena udah selesai. Gua mikir, nah ya udahlah farming COC lah ya kan. Sekaligus gua mau urusin kan yang belum kelar juga ya kan. Oke, sana. Banyak mencari DE aja sih. Anwar. Gini aja guys, war TH atas. Aman. Banyak. Kan? Jualnya ada ketiga ya kan. Kalau dapat TH nggak tahu dapat atau enggak. Saya ada ability dapatkah? Doain orang limit hampir lu ya, hoki anjing. Ini udah tidak. 1. Kotak DE-nya mana nih? Kok gua kelihatan nih babi? Kotak DE-nya sob. Nih. Ya. Taruh di sini-sini, guys. Apa lagi? Saat Archer Queen 1 jam. Tuh bisa api ke artileri lagi. Hahaha. Pas bisa 9 hari. Royal Champion gua sisa berapa hari? Gua punya tukang magang meh.
La vida es un carrusel.
Tukang magang. Perasaan segini-gini aja bro. 243 yang salah nih. Nih gue dari gini doang nggak naik-naik. Naik-naik ya? Kenapa ya? Gua apa-apaan tadi? Gak ada.
Gimana caranya? Coba dipikirkan secara logika, ayo.
Gue kemarin udah beli Gua kayak pepek. Gak tahu kenapa gak ada suara gitu. Gua anjing. Apa terlalu jauh kah? Apa dia gak bisa baca kah? Pak anjing lebih. Kita beli 700. Main beli meja. PKI gas 1000 dah kalau udah. Karena nonton ya, siap. PDL kita 300k udah. Besok habis itu kita lanjut restream, habis restream kita kelarin clan games. Let's go. Kalian dah. Clan games keluar. Tapi di dalam mana pelit kikir skip report kan kikir anjing sekali lagi kita udah live. Thank you guys. Terima kasih. Makasih guys. Ribu lagi. Males. Bisa Ada ini. Rata. Lanjut. 1.000 lagi kita akan offline. Terima kasih yang udah nonton di Merhama ini. Thank you. Kasih yang nonton. Di stream selanjutnya. Bye. Thank you guys yang udah nonton. Thank you.